streets were initially designated for that purpose. By 1920, that number dwindled down to 8, including the entirety of First Avenue and D Street. Traffic police would even be stationed at every intersection, ensuring cars stopped or diverted for the winter fun. Closing streets for sledding had vanished by 1960, leaving the hill at Sugar House Park as the only legally designated spot in the city for sledding. Today, the park is still widely used for sledding every time it snows. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of 2021. Please join us next time to stay up to date on all the latest. If you're looking for a way to just get out and enjoy the fresh air in the evening, come on down to the Gallivan Center and check out their beautiful lights out on the plaza. Thanks again for watching. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar.
And we'll just go ahead and get started then. So I want to welcome everyone to, do I need to count down, Chris? Is that how we do it? I don't know. Is that how we do it? You're muted, so I'm thinking you're saying yes.
Sorry, once SLC TV said they were ready, I just went for it.
Okay, good. All right. Well, we'd like to welcome you to today to the City Council meeting. We are grateful to have you joining us. As you probably have seen, we continue to hold electronic meetings due to the practice of social distancing. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our familiar in-person public process, this is still considered an open and public meeting for the work session. We welcome members of the public who may be watching our usual live video feeds on the Council's agenda page, YouTube, SLC TV, or Facebook Live. Today is a work session only and there is no public comment scheduled. However, next Tuesday, January 19th, it will be the next opportunity for the public to comment during our 7 p.m. formal meeting. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can reach the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84115, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. We're going to move on to our work session items. So here we go. We're going to move right into item agenda number 1, which is informational state legislative briefing. So I think that we have Kate Bradshaw from the administration here to give us a little update on the whereabouts of the legislative process.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Rachel. I'll give it a start and then hand it over to Kate or Cindy Gus Jensen or Katie Lewis from the Attorney's Office in case they want to round out my description here. So just quickly, as you all know, the legislative session starts next week. So we've been working hard with council staff and with our own city staff and our lobbyists to make sure that we are ready as we possibly can be. And as always, our main goal is to be able to tell our story accurately on the Hill to our state partners and ensure that our interests are well represented and protected. So we do that in a variety of ways. And I want to take a minute to describe our internal structure and our general priorities, and then I'll turn time over to the rest of the core team. So I think all the council members are familiar with many members of the city staff, and in each department and division, we have people who are policy and technical experts. And in each department and division, there are people who have volunteered to make sure that they're in tune with bills that are in their subject matter. So department directors and certain members of their team basically sweep bills every night, keep track of bills that are in our priority areas, and then make sure that they're providing feedback in a timely manner. As you all know, these things move super quickly. So we try to flag bills for city staff and they flag bills back to us. Coletta Lynch in the mayor's office does a pretty stellar job of keeping our bill tracking system up to date, and council members should have access to that, and the public does as well. So you can see at any time, you can look at a bill and see, what we're tracking, what our position is if we have one yet. And we, of course, will be working hand in hand with council staff this year and with the city attorney's office to make sure that you, the elected officials, are well aware of what's going on and that we're getting feedback from you on any policy direction and any questions that you have about bills. So those policy and technical experts in each department work with us, with the legislative core team. So what I'm terming as the legislative core team includes myself and then Cindy Gus Jensen on the council staff and Katie Lewis in the attorney's office. And then we work with Kate Bradshaw, who will introduce herself in a second. And Kate is, while she's not internal city staff, she works for Holland and Hart, and she's our lead contract lobbyist this year. So she will and already is doing a great job of coordinating with all of our contract lobbyists to just ensure that we have good two-way dialogue and that our priorities are covered and and that our interests are protected. So if, of course, at any time the elected officials want to talk directly to legislators or lobbyists or otherwise, that is always welcome. We, on our end, with the three of us and Kate, are just trying to make sure that we are all coordinating and know when that is happening and when that's not happening and who's talking to who about what. So that's a really simple way of saying that we're going to do the best we can to maintain communication here. And so far, I think it's working well. I don't know if Nick wanted to put up our list of priorities, but if that's not possible, I think in general, oh, thanks, Bobby. I think you're all pretty well aware of what our main legislative priorities are. I don't want to go into detail on the particular legislation around each of these topic areas. But these are the kinds of things that we're currently working on, that we know are coming, and that we will be talking to you all a lot about over the next 55 days or so. So Kate, Cindy, Katie, please well, first, Kate, maybe you should introduce yourself, and Cindy and Katie, anything you want to add, please feel free.
Sure. Well, thanks for letting me join your meeting. Thanks for accommodating letting me go early on in your work session agenda. I've had the opportunity to meet several of you in person over the years, especially from the time in which I was a resident of your fair city, before I decamped to my hometown just a little bit further north. But for some of you, I know I'm new to. Just a little bit about my background. As Rachel mentioned, I'm attached to the law firm of Holland and Hart. I'm not an attorney. I just hang out with a building full of attorneys. So, some of which who do work for the city as well. So we're able to provide a deep bench if you need that extra resource. You'll occasionally also see my lobby colleague, Billy Hesterman, who works very closely with me on particularly helping with your tracking list. In my political background, I've spent time working with the Food and Retail Association. So I know lots of things about grocery stores and convenience stores, should you ever want to query me there. I've spent a lot of time especially recently on beer and alcohol legislation. And in previous responsibilities, I've also spent time working for the legislature, as well as with another law firm. So that's just a little bit about me. And if Cindy or Katie have additional comments, I'm happy to talk about what we've been doing so far to coordinate the team and to track issues and to sweep broadly onto our watch list that I'm happy to dive into, but I don't want to preempt Katie or Cindy if you had other things to add.
I don't have anything, so go right ahead.
Okay. So, the directive and the assignment this year was obviously to work on having kind of one unified voice and one unified team for Salt Lake City. We have a great lobby team, and we have people that have expertise in different policy areas and have long time represented the city in these different policy areas. And that is, a very handy resource. We have some folks that are a little bit newer to the team and are more generalists. My role is to help coordinate them and keep them moving forward, and to help provide that communication point of getting feedback from the city, from your department heads, from you as elected officials, so that we get the policy positions right and can carry out your instructions on a variety of bills. We've worked to put together tracking lists so far. There's a number of bills that are already numbered, and so there's already things that are on our radar that we have flagged and asked for feedback from elected officials and department heads, so that we can use those as our marching orders as your lobby team. It's going to be an interesting session. I don't need to remind all of you, since you're holding your work session and city council meeting via Zoom, that the legislative session will be different. Our ability to engage will be a lot different as lobbyists than it has been in past years. And so, we welcome any of you that have relationships with legislators, if we can help facilitate those connections. Going to breakfast and lunches still may not be possible this legislative session, but if we can help facilitate Zoom calls or different interactions on issues that you want to interact with legislators on, please let me know. I'm happy to help facilitate that for you, or to help work with the member of the lobbying team that maybe has that policy area as their area of expertise. Are there any questions you have for me that I could answer about how we're set up and engaged in tracking so far this year? Or Rachel, is there anything else you wanted me to cover?
The only other thing that I would add is that we have weekly meetings set up with members of the legislative subcommittee on the council and the mayor's staff and Katie, and we hope that we'll just update you as needed, though, during the week and during the day and night, as these things tend to move quickly to get direction or to pass information. And so to the extent you need contact information for specific members of the team or legislators that you want to reach out to directly, please make sure that you use Kate or myself as a resource for that too. And we'll make sure that you have that direct line of communication.
Thank you, Rachel and Kate. Appreciate it. I guess, council members, any questions for either one of them? I guess mine would be, Kate, how hard is it going to be really to do work and be effective this session? I mean, it's a completely different animal, right? I know that you dealt with it a little bit in the special session, right? But this is a whole 45 days, right?
This is a whole 45 days, and you're right, it is going to be different and challenging, and we've had some experience with it during the special sessions, the numerous special sessions we had this year. And the legislature, I think, got a little bit better at it as well. For instance, the way they've now allowed the public to join their WebEx meetings like you were doing and offer comment virtually. That wasn't really a possibility early on, or you had to get kind of special okays, and now they facilitated that. We are going to be able to be at the Capitol as needed. There are restrictions. The third floor is closed to the public. Meetings can't take place unless they're arranged by a legislator or the governor. So the ability to kind of catch people in the hallways as we used to do, send in the blue notes, that isn't going to work. The lobbyists, particularly those, and I believe your whole lobby team belongs to the Capitol Hill Association. We will be doing our own rapid test twice a week. So we will be on the Hill as needed with our masks, with our rapid tests. Committee hearings are open, though limited in number to keep social distancing. So, if there's a committee where we need to testify, we can do that in person, or we can do it virtually. We can, one of the tricks of the trade is, as you're probably all familiar with, is to get to a committee hearing a little bit early or stay a little bit late if there's people you need to talk to. So that tool will still exist, just in a more limited fashion. The Rolodexes that the lobbyists maintain are obviously one of the key factors that'll help us be able to do that outreach, to be able to reach legislators via their mobile phones, via text and things like that. And I think those things will go up dramatically and will replace some of that in-person communication and the blue and green notes we used to send. But it will be a unique year, and a year I look forward to telling some young intern about many years in the future about how I walked uphill both ways to schools and had to lobby in a mask.
I appreciate all your help. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 2, and Rachel, you can't go anywhere because this is all you. We're having updates from the administration in regards to local emergencies for COVID, March 2020 earthquake and the September 2020 windstorm, as well as updates on relieving the condition of people that experience homelessness, police department work, projects and staffing, etc. So however you want to tackle that, Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I am covering for the mayor just for a second, and Lisa Schaefer is here with me too. We first up for our emergency updates today, pursuant to our conversation last week, invited the members of the Salt Lake County Administration here. So we have David Schuld and Lisa Hartman here with us today to give a more in-depth update on the vaccination rollout, which, as you all know, the County Health Department is managing. I don't know how they're managing and still standing and still even smiling, sitting here in front of us today, but they are. So I'll turn it over to them for this first bit here to give us that update. And then we'll return for the mayor to talk for just a couple of minutes about updates on homelessness and police.
Thank you, Rachel. Hi, council members. We are happy to be here today. I'm Lisa Hartman, and I'm the Associate Deputy Mayor for Regional Operations at Salt Lake County. And with me today is David Schuld, and he's our COVID Coordinating Officer. And we just wanted to give you a quick update on vaccinations in Salt Lake County. As you can imagine, every day, we have a meeting every day at the end of the day, and it's a new adventure come the next day in getting the vaccinations out. We've been done a great job of getting out the vaccines that we do have, but as you can imagine, it isn't the vaccines, it's and getting them out, it's been the supply. So we're anxious to kind of share what's going on. David's going to kick it off, and then I'll wrap it up.
And good afternoon, good evening, Council. My name is David Schuld. I'm the COVID-19 Coordinating Officer for Salt Lake County Response and Recovery. My job is to work with the Health Department, other agencies and organizations of Salt Lake County government to ensure a unified effort in our fight against COVID and our return to normalcy, hopefully sooner than later. Before I jump into mass vaccination operations and program overview, I just wanted to remind everyone listening that Salt Lake County, like the rest of Utah, is experiencing a surge, higher surge than we had in June when we implemented our face covering mandate. And as we enter the final days of the 14-day incubation period that from January 1st, New Year's, just wanting to remind everyone that the pandemic, although vaccination is up and running and we are able to accept the challenge, there will be cases that continue. The medical systems will continue to be stressed, and we all have to work together in mitigating the spread of the virus. I do have a presentation if I could get access to share. Great. And if you want to just go to the next slide. Okay, so in terms of vaccination operations, what we are as Salt Lake County, as a state, as a country facing since December and moving forward is one of the greatest operational and logistics challenges of our time. Never before in our nation's history have 3,100 plus counties been in states of emergency and all clamoring for the same commodity to get us out of a pandemic, and that is a vaccine. We are, we are as a county, as a health department, prepared to meet the challenge of mass vaccination operationally, logistically, from a strategic planning perspective. We have been working on this since my first day here in Salt Lake County on February 28th, and we've done an extensive amount of advanced planning to get us prepared for the general population vaccination. As Lisa mentioned, it's not the operation and logistics challenges that are holding us back. Supply across the country is limited, and we will continue to have to deal with limited amounts of vaccine coming to Salt Lake County. And this will continue to be a challenge, especially as we move into our first week of more general population vaccination, that being 70 and over population that will begin next week. Just for a little bit of context, Salt Lake County has been supporting vaccination operations since late December. The state controls priority groups. They provide us guidance on who is eligible for vaccination. Salt Lake County does not make those decisions. Early on, it was frontline healthcare workers and hospital personnel. That was conducted within the medical systems. Salt Lake County then came online to support non-hospital healthcare workers, individual practices not affiliated with any major healthcare system, and also dentists, orthodontists. There was a recent decision about veterinarians being eligible as well. Long-term healthcare facility residents and staff have been supported by major pharmacy partners in Utah and Salt Lake County. CVS and Walgreens have been charged with providing vaccinations to that priority group. Emergency medical service workers, due to their closeness to patients and transport of patients, became eligible. And last week, public safety, first responders, law enforcement, firefighters were provided their first dosages, and we should be finishing up the initial round of first dosages by the end of this week, Saturday. The state has provided school districts with a special contract through community nursing services. School districts will set their own prioritization. The health department is not getting involved in that, and community nursing services will be providing that initial vaccination. And as a county, we are preparing and will be prepared for that first round of more general population vaccination, 70 and over, which will begin next week. Next slide, please. Just wanting to provide you a breakdown of all the partners, and it really is a partnership in mass vaccination as we move through these priority groups and hopefully sooner than later into the more general populations. Just want to reiterate this process, this operation is very dynamic. It is fast moving. Even the most patient person will feel the pressure of wanting to know more. And so I just urge everyone for patience as we gain guidance and understanding from our state and national partners as the supply opens. Next slide. We began vaccination the week of Christmas, December 21st, 135. We jumped that week following of December 28th, and we were just under 10,000 vaccinations provided last week. Again, as we are looking at a supply issue, our projection for this coming week of what Salt Lake County will be able to administer, 5,216. Again, it is not an operational issue, capability issue. We are looking for additional supplies so that we could vaccinate more people. With that, I'll turn it over to Lisa for further report.
Thanks, David. The flu vaccination clinics and testing.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You could next slide.
You can go to the next slide. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's only 2 more slides left, so we'll just go to this one and then. Okay, we'll restart that. Hi, Mayor. I noticed that you jumped on in between when I was saying hi to everyone. So hi, Mayor Mendenhall. Thanks for having us here as well. As you can imagine, the flu vaccination clinics and COVID testing have informed our venue locations as we are vaccinating for COVID. We've been testing since March at the Maverick Center and have really refined that system. Having been providing flu vaccination services there as well, we've informed and refined our process and began administering COVID vaccinations to healthcare workers this week. Our strategy has been, as we plan for large-scale mass vaccination events, is to vaccinate the larger priority population, seniors and general population. We're ensuring that we have the infrastructure to also stand up to targeted pop-up vaccination clinics. We have 2 mobile units, and this will help us to reach those pockets of the population that typically have lower vaccination rates. And we'll also be working plans that ensure that we reach those groups that may not otherwise have access to vaccination. We plan to continue to use the Maverick Center as a key venue for COVID vaccine administration. And we are bringing Mountain America Expo Center beginning next week. We'll also be using a handful of other venues to provide mass vaccinations. There are several county facilities that stick out to us, and selection is being informed by the ability to scale up the number of residents we can serve and serve safely and efficiently, focus on speed and ease by which we can move residents through the system, and access. If there's a freeway, bus, track lines, walkability, geographic diversity, and we plan to use a mix of drive-through and walk-up venues. We found that some people don't feel comfortable coming inside, so having kind of that mix of venues is a positive. On other notes, we're working with UPD to ensure the security of the vaccine and the safety of our staff administering the vaccine, and also a heavy focus on safety protocols on the site. We've implemented a new system to facilitate online registration, both to schedule appointments and to complete the encounter form, so we don't need to do anything on site. And that people can, starting at 8 tomorrow for the 70 plus, can log on to saltlakehealth.org and make an appointment there. When they make an appointment, it generates a barcode, which is emailed to each individual. And then when they come to the vaccination site, it's just scanned. So it's simple and easy when they come in to get their vaccination. And then we can go to the last slide. And then, as David and I have both indicated, our staff remains nimble and able to shift with the changes in the guidance that we receive from the state. As he mentioned, we've been able to move up first responders and began vaccinating them less than 24 hours after notified by the state to do so. And I would just add to that just to indicate how fast things are changing, we received some additional vaccine just today, and we're going to use that to go and make up with some of the first responders that were not able to get vaccinated when they had the chance to, for a variety of reasons. So with that extra vaccination, we'll finish up the first responders that may have missed that first opportunity. We will be doing vaccinating the 70 plus pending vaccine availability. I think that will go fast. So hopefully the more vaccine we get, we can get through that group. We're ready to vaccinate at high rates, as David indicated, and based upon availability. So with that, if you guys have any questions.
See any questions from council members? Oh, Council Member Dugan.
Could you say where does the 70 plus register for the test? SL, the website?
It is saltlakehealth.org.
Okay, thank you.
And council member, that will go online starting tomorrow. That registration can take place.
Great. We really appreciate you both being here and discussing this and answering any questions. Mayor, I don't know if you wanted to fill in anything else besides this before we move on.
I wish I had any information about the vaccines more than what they've already shared, but they've given us everything. Thanks.
Great. Awesome. So we're gonna move on then still into item number 2 after COVID. Rachel, I'm still letting you lead this off here.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to do what I do best, which is to hand it back to the mayor to go over those last couple of updates.
Great. Thank you, council. And I thank our county partners for taking the time to give us all an update today. I'm sorry that I was late to this meeting today. It's been quite a day already. We want to give you an update, as always, on homelessness, and that the Salt Lake Temporary Winter Housing Program at the Airport Inn was filled 100% from street outreach last week. So that means no one walked up to the doors seeking shelter. Everyone was brought there from service providers out doing street outreach, and it is filled. It's at capacity. So the fact that we have a new program open that specifically targeted people living on the street helped to bring 120 people indoors in the last few days. That program will now begin taking referrals as part of the coordinated entry system. So that means that new openings will be filled as they come available and are both open to outreach referrals and to referrals from the homeless resource centers. We continue our coordination with the county health department and other county administrators to plan camp cleaning and closures. Cleaning of camp areas was completed with the head of that abatement. At least 10 people were placed into shelter at the Airport Inn. Additional individuals from the 700 South area were placed in homeless resource centers and detox beds. The Mill Creek temporary shelter is nearing its capacity of 65 people, and I wanted to give you some updated numbers on last night's utilization in other parts of the system. Our motel vouchers are at 88% utilization. So we have about 12% of those vouchers available still. Men's Resource Center is at 91% capacity. The Miller is at 95 and the King is at 88% last night. This is great because it means that there's still flexibility as street outreach efforts continue and our nights continue to be very cold. There is capacity throughout the system. Salt Lake City Housing Authority also freed up 75 housing vouchers at the end of December, and those are now starting to be able to be used by people, and it will help with the HRC capacity as we connect those individuals with housing vouchers. We're also submitting a letter of intent to the Department of Treasury for some direct rental assistance that was just barely made available, and we'll be speaking with council staff about that over the next couple of days. If there aren't any questions, I'm happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair, from the council or Vice Chair. And if not, I'll move on to one other item.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Okay. I just want to take a moment to thank the men who rescued our Salt Lake City officer from his burning car after he was in an accident on Saturday. Joseph Daniel, the security guard at Motel 6 on 2nd West, and a clerk whose name we're still trying to locate, were able to help our officer get out of his car safely after he'd been knocked unconscious for a moment from the accident. We can't express our gratitude enough for those quick acting bystanders who became heroes in that moment. So thank you. Thank you. I know that we have other police items that will be addressed later in your agenda, like the social work program and staffing. Always happy to answer any questions if I can at this time, but that's all for this section for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? How about for Rachel, Chief of Staff, or for Lisa Schaefer, the Chief Administrative Officer? No, we're good? Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to keep on moving then to item number 3, updates on racial equity and policing. At the table, we have, I believe, Dante James, who's the facilitator on Racial Equity and Policing Commission, as well as Siobhan Locke, Larry Schooler, and Josh King. So the facilitators are going to share about the commission subcommittee work, and we thank you all for being here. Dante, I'm going to turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Councilman. Much appreciated. And as always, it's our pleasure to be here and offer you some updates on where we are with the Racial Equity and Policing Commission. I think we are in a very good place, and happy to offer you some thoughts. And Madam Mayor, also pleasure to see you again. So just very briefly, as an overview, I believe that everyone is aware that the commission has divided itself up into 3 subcommittees. The training subcommittee to look at overall training, the policies and practices subcommittee to look at just what it sounds like, policies and other issues related to that. And then school safety to look specifically around the school resource officers and the engagement within the schools in Salt Lake City. The commissioners and the committees have been meeting regularly and accessing information, gaining lots of information from the police department, from the school districts and other avenues to really best be able to make an informed decisions on possible recommendations. So what we're presenting to you this afternoon, Council, is some broad ideas on what recommendations could be as they're formed and approved in essence by the entire full commission. The subcommittees will then take their recommendations back to the full commission for its approval, then move on and move them forward to council and to the mayor's office. And I think as I said last time we presented, our goal is to not wait till the end of a year or so and drop a laundry list of recommendations, but provide them hopefully on a quarterly basis so you can incrementally begin to look at, evaluate, and determine how you want to approach accepting or modifying those recommendations and implementation. So that's kind of the big picture. So if I may, I'm going to share my screen. I am the facilitator for the training subcommittee. So I want to provide the work of the training subcommittee. Josh King is working over the policies and practice, and Siobhan Locke is the facilitator of the SRO, the school safety subcommittee. And Larry Schooler will come and give some thoughts on the process for community engagement with the listening sessions that will be happening. And all of our work is designed to be informed by community. So what you're seeing now, kind of ahead of some of those listening sessions, will still be informed hopefully by what we hear from the community as we roll into those listening sessions from community, from schools resource officers specifically, from the chiefs and police as well. So trying to gain a variety of opportunities to hear from as large of a population of Salt Lake City residents as possible, as well as staff. So as I share my screen, I've never done it on WebEx, so I hope I can do it well. And I don't see my documents, so I'm going to ask for some help from
Commissioner, I can load that up for you. Give me just one moment.
Thank you very much. It's only 2 pages, so shouldn't be too much to get through, at least for mine. As he loads those up, just broadly, we were looking at initially the demographics of those involved and engaged in the academy, as well as the field training officers, who are those officers who then take the recruit when they've essentially completed the academy onto the street to evaluate and assist them in the performance of their new role as an officer on the street. And so the first issue related to that component is one of demographics. There are currently 67 field training officers, or FTOs, in that rotation. Of that 67, 6 are people of color. 2 are Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and 4 are Latino. And so our specific concern was that there's no targeted outreach efforts to ensure or improve the diversity of that program that has such an impact on very brand new officers as they go onto the street. The process is designed for self-selection to just apply for the program, and there's no specific effort to increase the diversity of those field training officers. So that would be our first recommendation. Again, broadly, not necessarily as you may see it in the future, but essentially to create a process for targeted outreach in that field training officer program, and also providing some incentives for folks to then want to participate and be a member of the field training officer program or initiative. Secondly, we have done a lot of conversations around the Crisis Intervention Team, or CIT, and I know you're going to be doing some conversations later around the social work program. Our concern is typically the mantra that you hear is that all of our officers are CIT trained, which is essentially true coming out of the academy. All officers receive CIT training in the academy. It's not necessarily true for any lateral officers coming from other cities, either in the state or outside of the state. Training is not prioritized, nor data specifically captured for those lateral hires. And I apologize, I don't know that I put in here the number of laterals on a yearly basis, and I don't want to guess in terms of the memory, but it's double digits. And so those lateral officers are not specifically required to become CIT certified. And recertification is voluntary. Once the certification from the academy expires, which expires after 2 years from the date you've completed the academy. And currently there is not a sufficient budget to enlarge the program. Currently the program is capped at 4 officers to rotate through working with the 8 social workers on one particular shift. And as I understand it, as we understand it, currently 2, if not 3, are out on various types of leave. So there's really only 1 officer currently available at any given time to be called out for mental health issues that is specifically part of the CIT team. Of those who are certified or recertified, 189 officers on the street have chosen to recertify. 272 have chosen not to recertify. And so we just found that to be problematic moving forward, because there's no real data on how long those officers have not recertified. They could theoretically be on the street for 20 years and they finished the academy, 20 years ago and have never recertified. So trying to get that data, but also just essentially to elevate the importance of certification. So our recommendations from this would be: 1, require CIT recertification for all officers. Require CIT certification for all lateral hires prior to them going on the street. Increase the budget to complete this priority, as part of the charge of the commission is to evaluate and look at the police department's budget. So to increase that budget so that this could be accomplished. And then increase the budget specifically to CIT to provide for more officers to cover more than 1 shift, day shift. And then and therefore to have sufficient staffing to cover when officers are unable to work their shift. The third component of what we've looked at related to the implicit bias training, the community policing curriculum that is in the academy, and or in-service ongoing police training. Currently, there are no Salt Lake City community-based facilitators of color in the academy or that are involved in any of the in-service training. There's no specific component of the academy that provides for a history of Salt Lake City and its communities of color. So officers are going onto the street, engaging with communities that they may really have no understanding of. And then the most recent budget document that we received stated that funding for Salt Lake City PD's DEI trainer, the consultant is called Arbinger, has been removed from the fiscal year 21 budget. And so we haven't had an opportunity to engage with the police department or the budget folks to ensure understand exactly what that means. But if we take it on its face, it's just of concern to us. So our recommendations in this regard would be, as it relates to curriculum, would be that there be Salt Lake City community-based trainers of color that are part of the academy and the in-service training. That there is a requirement that the curriculum that is the best practice is the best practice, and that it's also co-authored or co-created with these community trainers. That the requirement be that recruits learn the history of the diverse communities that they are going to be policing in Salt Lake City. And then finally, require sufficient budget to provide for professional diversity, equity, and inclusion training, no matter what that might be. So just to ensure that there is, in fact, an adequate budget, given the comment that's seen on the most recent budget document. And even if that's not a true statement, just to ensure that there is a sufficient budget to cover, provide for the best training. So you can unshare now, if you would. And then that's the training component. So it might just be easiest to go through all three of the committees and then hear from Mr. Schooler. And then if you have any questions, just to make sure we can provide you with all the information during the time frame. So I'll pause, and Josh King will now come up with the policies and practices.
All right, great. Thank you. Robert, you have that and you can screen share that summary. Okay, hopefully, there we go. All right, great. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. So the Policies and Practices Subcommittee was formed, and quickly they identified that their objective was to identify policies and practices that negatively impact their communities. Look at the policies and practices and determine the outcome they're having on the communities and what needs to change to alter those outcomes. They honed in on two areas to look at and dive into first. The first being use of force, and the second accountability of law enforcement. Regarding use of force, they raised the concern that SLCPD and the community are operating on two different planes of understanding regarding the legalities, policies, and practices related to what is subjectively reasonable and acceptable use of force. The issue that they've identified is that these continued incidents involving use of force or the fear of use of force with perception and a reality of little to no accountability. They do identify and recognize and appreciate the steps, positive steps that have been taken and the initiatives and what they've been empowered to do. And they want to continue to move in the right direction. Some recommendations moving forward are to modify and reconcile the policies and procedures to be more reflective of what the community considers and understands to be reasonable and acceptable. The first step in this regard will be achieved through the listening sessions and the meetings that we have coming up that will inform how they might best do this. Second would be proactively and explicitly communicate the differences between code and case law and the SLCPD's policies and practices related to use of force, including its processes, applications, and expected outcomes. Ways that they've identified to do this include garnering the support of the city and the commission advocating at a state level and supporting that legislation that aligns with the mission of the commission. Continue and look to the SLCPD to continue to enact policies with standards that exceed what courts or case law require and partner with the commission to educate the community example of that is Mayor Mendenhall's executive order and continuing with such initiatives and also tracking the effects of those types of actions like the executive order. 3, conduct internal survey within the police department to assess race and bias, and this aligns with what Dante was talking about, and there is some overlap with training regarding implicit bias. The second area that they have really focused on is accountability of law enforcement, as I mentioned earlier. The concern is with the scope of influence of the commission and subcommittees due to restricted access of data. As you all know, there's an urgency felt by this commission, and I think shared by the council and mayor and staff, to effectuate change and achieve the change they desire. Having broader and swifter access to data would enable the commission to assess how the police department policies and procedures are being implemented, measured, and applied, and what recommendations would be priority and effectuate this change. The recommendations right now are to provide the commission members the same access to data and information as the Citizen Review Board, or alternatively allow commissioners that are over 21 to sign an NDA to have access to more information as a broader part of the commission's work. And 3, support the commission's scope of influence, even if it's outside the jurisdiction of Salt Lake City, when there's a clear nexus with the commission's purpose. And again, this relates back to what I said earlier, to support and advocating changes in state law and other initiatives. Thank you, Council.
You're muted, Mr. James.
All right, Siobhan.
Yes, I'm ready. If Robert, if you can help share mine as well, I would appreciate it. I don't have a share button that's going to allow me to share here from my side.
Absolutely, one moment.
Thank you. Again, as a reminder, I'm facilitating the school safety subcommittee, where we're looking at programs like the school resource officers and looking at disparities in the outcome for students of color. And so with that, we have done a lot of homework in the early weeks of meeting, and we have come pretty far in starting to coalesce around a few early recommendations. Of course, like Dante said earlier, all of these need to be informed by public input. And so these are just the thoughts of the commission subcommittee based on the research alone to date. So again, there has been a dramatic decrease in the number of students being referred to the juvenile justice system from the SROs because there's been some juvenile justice reform, as you may or may not be aware of. And then also there was an MOU put into place between the PD and the school district a couple of years ago. So there's already been some great work that's preceded this subcommittee's work to address the school to prison pipeline and address some of this racial disparity. However, there is remaining disparity there's additional work to be done to that. And the first things that seem like obvious steps to this subcommittee are that the MOU itself, the agreement between the school district and the police department, is set to expire in February. So we feel like some immediate action to either extend or set a plan for revising that MOU would be appropriate in the short term. Additionally, as we've looked at the data and tried to track down some of these challenges, what we understand right now is that the current vendor where the SROs report all of their data into can't disaggregate into Latino. So as we know, our demographic makeup here in Salt Lake, that's kind of a big deal when we talk about data. To not be able to see, to differentiate white from Latino is a challenge as we try and chase this up. So one of our recommendations is, if that is in fact true of that vendor, which all of our knowledge right now is that's true, is that we may want to look at a change of vendor for that. There's also a challenge with disaggregation on gender. So to really look at the data on this is a little bit of a challenge with what's currently available. You can scroll down just a bit to the next one, please. Thank you. And then to create ways to better understand and track the goals and desired outcomes of the SRO program. So there's several accountability steps that are outlined in that MOU. I know people worked really hard on that a few years ago in putting some accountability in there. And as we track that down, it seems like not all of those meetings are necessarily taking place as frequently as maybe they're outlined to. And when they do, they don't yet, and I don't want to take anything away from their efforts, but as of now, they don't yet have a criteria for measuring success of that program. And that not all data is tracked in ways that's usable. And that sort of refers back to the recommendation we talked about a second ago about changing vendors. And it's also difficult to evaluate the success of the SRO program because the goals have changed and evolved over time about what exactly they're trying to accomplish. It's difficult to measure against those goals and to see if that's still the right program or if there's different programs that would better address it, etc. So scroll down to the box you see emerging below there. Robert. Thank you. So with that in mind, we did talk to we've been in contact and have interviewed a number of the stakeholders as a subcommittee. The subcommittee members have been out and interviewing all the stakeholders and the folks we can get a hold of. The subcommittee has been really dedicated and great to do that. In talking with some of the representatives from the school district, they welcome our feedback because, thank you, City Council and Mayor, we're afforded this time to really look into this and really spend this time really thinking about the program. They welcome our feedback on what evaluation criteria could look like, and they've been open to our group perhaps submitting some thoughts on that, which is great. We're excited about that. Establish goals of the SRO program and determine if the SRO program is still the best program to meet those needs or if there's other solutions that should be considered to get towards those goals, and also review the budget allocations for the program and determine whether all of those funds could be used to meet the goals more effectively in a different way. So those are sort of our next steps. Those aren't quite yet to the recommendation phase, but that's sort of where we're headed to give you a picture of that. I think my attempts to edit this document failed. I believe this next one is supposed to be in the box, but it's outside of the box, so I apologize. We also looked at previous administrations have had a full-time employee that addresses equity in education. This current administration, to our knowledge, does not. So that was another thing that the group is considering, wanting to put forward for the administration to consider, having someone who can track that MOU and develop programming to make SROs more effective or phase them out if that's what's determined, etc. To perhaps have somebody who's watching that in the long term. And then the third is we're looking at how to reduce the remaining contributions that the SRO program may have to the school to prison pipeline. Again, lots of good work in progress has happened. I want to recognize those that have worked hard on this issue. We've seen that clearly in the data that there has been a reduction, but there's still work to be done, as stated before. There's a number of processes underway at the state, county, and local levels to address this. And so to that end, we right now have a literature review underway. Thank you to several Salt Lake City interns and some of our subcommittee members who are taking that on to really better understand what's happening nationwide and also here locally, A, so we don't duplicate effort, and B, so our recommendations reflect the very best practices that are out there to be had. And then we are also conducting small group and one-on-one interviews with students of color who've interacted with SROs, their parents, and the SROs themselves. Those are all scheduled for this month. So those are next steps towards formulating a recommendation that will address that school to prison pipeline. Again, can't state strongly enough how much the public input will really go to help us to bring these to final. I believe Dante talked about this a little bit, but each subcommittee did submit, and Larry will talk about this next, but we did submit questions specific to each subcommittee to say, here's what we want to learn from the public in these listening sessions. Here's the type of feedback that will be really, really informative to bring these recommendations to the finish line. So I believe that's the end of the document. So I will cede the time back to Dante.
Thank you, Siobhan. As we're a little over our 20 minutes, Larry Schooler has a brief outline of the process for hearing from communities in Salt Lake City. So Larry.
Dante, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me okay? Coming through okay? I guess so. Good to be with you all. I will be brief. We are knee deep in a very robust listening process to the community and to key populations that are affected by the work that the commission is doing. Last night and yesterday morning, I was able to meet with both frontline SLC PD officers and then Chief Brown and some of his deputy and assistant chiefs in 2 different listening sessions. We have an additional 7 listening sessions that have been scheduled over the next couple of weeks. And these listening sessions are designed to give the participants an opportunity to share very candidly about their experiences, either as members of SLCPD or in their interactions with SLCPD. So our team is facilitating these sessions with an eye towards not so much sharing what each individual person said by name, but instead sharing collectively what was gleaned from, at a summary level, the different conversations. I will tell you that the first 2 were extremely robust and helpful, and appreciate the cooperation of the police department and the officers who participated in those. And we look forward to some of the others here to come. Of particular note, I wanted to remind and mention to you all and to the public that we are hosting a televised listening session that anyone can join us and participate in. And I want to make sure all council members are invited and know that they can join us as part of the session. The session is going to take place a week from tomorrow. So that's Wednesday, January the 20th at 5 o'clock. And it's going to be simulcast on SLC TV, as well as YouTube and Facebook. The public will be able to call in and hear the meeting in both English and Spanish, as well as speak live during the meeting. You can also participate via text message and social media. And unlike some town hall meetings that you may have seen over the last several months, this meeting is really focused on the audience, on the community. We are primarily going to be asking the community questions and getting real-time responses, both to multiple choice type questions, but also to open-ended questions. So the role of Mayor Mendenhall, Chief Brown, and the City Council and us is really to be close, careful listeners and to listen for the kinds of feedback that the commission is interested in to inform their work, as everyone's been saying. We're very excited about this opportunity. It will, based on my past experience doing this format, likely get several hundred folks engaged. And it'll also draw from a broader cross-section of the community than we're often able to when we do community engagement. In addition to the opt-in methods that I just mentioned, we'll also do a random dial out to several hundred households across Salt Lake City to hopefully get kind of the average Joanne or Joe perspective, in addition to folks with a real passion for this topic. So we really believe it'll be a fruitful endeavor, and we look forward to seeing you all again. It's Wednesday, January 20th at 5 o'clock. With just another moment of your time, I would like to just show you some other ways we are allowing for the public to provide us with some input. If you just give me 1 second, I just need to share the appropriate screen. So you should see up on the screen a page that says SLC Racial Equity and Policing Commission. This is a specially designed web page for collecting public input. We give an overview of what the commission is up to. We link directly to the YouTube account that allows folks to view commission and their subcommittee meetings. Then we dive into the more specific subtopics that we've been hearing about so far tonight, and people can join an online discussion about these topics. And this is asynchronous. People can contribute at any time that they find convenient, after the kids are asleep, first thing in the morning, midday lunch break, whenever they might feel like it. And all of these discussions are moderated by our team just to make sure that they stay on topic and compliant with city guidelines. We also have a quick survey people can take. We have the save the date for the televised event that I mentioned. And then down here, for folks who either lack the internet or would rather not participate in this format, there is a phone line available 24/7, 365, where people can leave comments, the email address that you all are aware of. And we have a way for people to text their comments, not just the night of the televised session, but at any time. They text the word equity to the phone number that's on the screen, and that's 801-575-7755. Again, you text the word equity to 801-575-7755. And as you might guess, this is all in service of just making sure that anyone who might be affected by the commission's work has a chance to affect the commission's work, and that we lower all barriers to participation that we know of. So I will stop, I believe, and hand things back. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. That, council, is our presentation, although I'd certainly want to acknowledge and thank all of the volunteers who are members of this commission, especially including the youth commissioners who are doing a phenomenal job. So the amount of time, effort, and energy that the volunteers from the community of Salt Lake have put into this, I think is phenomenal, and you see the result from this work. Also want to thank the chief and his command staff and all the officers who have participated in offering their thoughts and feedback, and just running around getting lots of information and answers to the data requests that we put in. So thank you, council, and open to any questions you may have.
Appreciate you both all being here and giving your information. So we're going to turn it over for questions or comments for council members. Councilmember Johnston.
A quick request of maybe the administration. I don't know, Mayor, this has come to you, mostly IT. It's the web page interface. So the Racial Equity and Policing Commission has their own web page. I don't think it's linked to the city's web page on boards and commissions that has a list there. Can we make sure those get linked, perhaps? So folks who are good, because when you Google, the first one that comes up is the city's one. They have to go down a couple to get to the race to the other one. So it'd be helpful to make them link.
Member Johnston. Anybody else? Well, Mr. James, Councilmember Wharton, and then Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly thank you for the work that you all have done so far, and just remind people that we have a standing invitation for the commission, any member of the commission or any of the facilitators or anything, to come to our meeting and give us updates. And then also just, even though we moved forward last year with some ordinance changes that the council felt like we needed to make really quickly, like that's not the end of the conversation on those issues. We want to, if there's things we need to add to those ordinances, or if we need additional ordinances, anything like that, we want to be open to those as well. So thank you, Larry and Siobhan, and Dante. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again. We really appreciate it. You know, the suggestions that you give will help us make decisions that will make better outcomes for Salt Lake City and the police, as well as for our communities. So it's much appreciated for all of your dedication and devotion to this subject. So thank you. So we're going to move on.
Councilmember Valdemoros had wanted to speak.
I'm sorry.
James, just kidding. You're fine. I just wanted to echo what you guys said. What I loved about this presentation, the rest of the council members, is the simplicity, but also the clarity and how easy it was to understand. And I hope that the community members watching this can go through it, and if they have additional questions or comments or suggestions, this is pretty easy to follow, and I think outcomes we'll have great outcomes after all of this work is done. So I'm really appreciative of the time and the quality of the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 4. with the Salt Lake City Police Department Social Worker Program. We have from our council office, policy analyst Ben Ludke, Chief Brown, I got you on the schedule here as well, as Jessica Waters, the Social Worker Program Director.
I'll give a short introduction, Mr. Chair, and then I'll turn the time over to Chief Brown and Director Jessica Waters. The council created the social worker program in June 2015 by adding 8 full-time employees to the staffing document for the police department. And demand for the program has exceeded the available staffing since that time. It's also important to note that the turnover the program has experienced in recent years has been greater than the city's and the police department's averages. In recognition of that challenge, the council increased compensation for several of the positions in the program as part of the fiscal year 21 annual budget. And I understand there's been some progress in getting those positions filled. The staff report on page 2 has a summary of all of the council actions since June 2015 to change the staffing and the funding of the program, if you'd like to review that history. The ongoing audit in progress of the police department does include several items related to the social worker program. A couple examples: what additional resources would be needed to fully implement the co-responder model? This is when a police officer and a social worker both respond to a call in service. The audit also is tasked with answering what calls for service does the city receive when a social worker would be appropriate to respond? Essentially asking, can we quantify the demand to an extent for the social workers? As well as what external partnerships and programs might the city and the police department look at for the social worker program. So just a reminder, those are being looked at and results will be forthcoming as the audit progresses. There's a couple policy questions in the staff report as well. If the council would like to talk with the chief and Director Waters about coordination with existing external partners, such as the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team, or MCOT, at the University of Utah, and how the program would coordinate with the upcoming state-funded Receiving Center, where a person suffering a mental health crisis could be brought. The center is hoped to be opened next year in 2022. Other potential questions for the council are, have conversations happened with the county about expanding access to mental health services? Traditionally, the county is the local level of government that receives most of the funding for mental health services. And then, are there any patterns in the calls for service that could inform improvements to the program, such as do mental health crises happen more on certain days of the week or times of the year? What insights could be found in those call for service patterns? And with that, I will turn it over to the Chief and Director Waters.
Thank you very much, Ben. Can you hear me okay? All right. Council, thank you for allowing us to come tonight and to present a little bit about our social worker program. I'm going to speak a little, and I'm going to turn the time over to Jessica Waters, who I firmly believe is the best social worker director in the country. She has taken our program to new heights, and I think we lead the country in many things we do. But I want to kind of put into perspective what we're facing and what we've been facing in the last 30, maybe 60 years when it comes to mental health in our communities. And I'm going to put this fact out here, and I want you to think about it. But in the 1960s, the population of the United States was about 150 million people. We had at that time 600,000 inpatient beds dedicated to mental health treatment. Now, roll that forward 60 years. The population of the United States is over 320 million. It's more than doubled. We now have 50,000 inpatient beds in this country. So the question is, what happened? Where did all those people go that needed help? Well, my experience over 30 years shows that it tells me that they've gone into the communities across the country, and it's no different here in Salt Lake City. They've gone into our communities as well. And the one thing as a chief, I've asked this question many times, even at a national forum. I said, look, being homeless is not a crime. Having mental health issues is not a crime. Having substance abuse disorder is not a crime. Yet law enforcement has been left to that duty to triage those issues across the country. I'm here to say we are the most expensive and probably the least effective. But that has been the lot for the last few decades. Law enforcement has kind of become the Swiss Army knife of social reform. And really, the only real tool we've had up until the opening of the CCC was arrest. And we all know that we're never going to arrest our way out of these problems. And so with that being said, the CCC, thanks to the council's support and continued support, has been a game changer for Salt Lake City Police Department. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Waters to walk through a few things, but we're open to any questions you may have as we go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Can you guys hear me well? My speaker goes in and out sometimes, so I need someone to wave me down if my speaker goes out. Thanks for having us tonight. I appreciate it. Ben did a great job of giving a huge overview of kind of who we are, where we came from, and the chief. I think it's really important to talk about on the larger scale, just how much mental health is impacting our community, federally, state, city, county. I just think that's an important component to it. So like it was mentioned before, we were hired on in May of 2016. Originally, there was 7 or 8 positions allotted to us, and then there was a budget freeze. We were only able to hire 4 social workers at that time. Since then, we are up to 7 social workers with 3 vacancies. We have 2 people who are close to filling 2 of those vacancies, and then 1 of them that we're trying to interview on. So initially, when we were first brought on, we were a walk-in facility. Our office was at 511 West, 200 South, across the street from the road home. And so we were just a walk-in facility for anyone to come in and access services. We did that until 2017 when Operation Rio Grande happened, an Operation Diversion where we helped assist getting people into substance use treatment. After Operation Rio Grande, we decided to move our model back to that co-responder idea of what we were initially hired on for. And so with this, as I was mentioned earlier from Dante, the CIT, the Crisis Intervention Team, they are the detectives who are on our squad. We currently have 4 detectives and 7 social workers on staff, and we respond together to mental health or social issue related calls, whether that be suicide, substance use, homelessness, welfare checks, unwanted individual, any of those calls, we respond on scene with the officer. And what I think is interesting, I went and got my master's degree in social work, and even becoming a therapist and getting my master's in social work, nothing prepared me for crisis calls that officers see day in and day out. I've been pretty mind blown on what actually happens out in the community. So I think it's important to note that we do work closely with MCOT, the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team, who have the civilians with the University of Utah who respond to mental health calls. I think one of the biggest parts of our job and understanding us and the difference between us and MCOT is the fact of the spectrum of calls of a nonviolent person sitting in their apartment, feeling sad, wanting to go to the hospital, or wanting a therapist to talk to. That would be perfect for the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team. And then we do have someone who may be a suicidal individual who either has a weapon on them or who are actively trying to jump. And so those would be a perfect example where we respond with officers. As part of the social work team, I'm also a part of the hostage negotiation team. We're hoping to expand more social workers on that team. As we've experienced in the past when SWAT has went out on different calls, some of those individuals have been someone with a severe mental illness, and we've had history with them. And so that's helped out in some of those SWAT situations for us to talk with them and work as a team to bring them out. And so one of the things that we focus on with our team is the top utilizers of 911. So individuals who may call get 911 called on them consistently, or they call 911 consistently, whether that's for substance use or mental health conditions. And so our goal is to help connect people to long-term services. Like Chief mentioned earlier about the talk about the mental health beds and the availability for those. I think it's hard. My dream down the road would be that social workers don't exist. You know, that would be great. Everyone's connected to resources some way or another. But in the meantime, we also understand there's always crisis, and crisis is still happening. And if we were to pull social workers out or, you know, officers out, there's still going to be people who need to call 911 and get immediate help. And so what's unique with our team, like I mentioned, the CIT detectives, they're the ones who conduct our training for our officers. They're also the detectives on our squad. And by us having the same detectives on our squad, we're able to build that connection, that rapport. Many of our clients, maybe they don't feel comfortable talking with a social worker, but it's the same detective they've seen 10 times in the last month. They feel comfortable talking to them. And so the social worker works behind the scene, figuring out their housing or their medications, any of that stuff there. So I think our partnership is unique in the way of, one, building rapport, but also safety for the person we're out on a call on, and safety for our team as well, because any little situation can spark up something. And so for us to understand one another and how to respond if anything were to arise.
Hey, Jessica.
You're about to jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, can I jump in here real quick? Because Jessica's very modest, and I want to tell you how good this team is. I have the opportunity to sit in a lot of conferences nationally, and just a few years ago, I heard somebody say, "Well, we're doing this really new thing. It's called a co-responder model. We're going to take 3 social workers and put them with our cops and respond into the field." And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, we've done this for 3 or 4 years now. And they said, well, this was a large city, and we're going to have 3 contract social workers. Well, I want you to know the commitment to Salt Lake City, the council, the mayor, and everybody. We have 10 social workers going to do this work within our communities. And Jessica and her team, they're a BJA, Bureau of Justice training site, best practices in the country. So many times a week, and you can talk more about this, Jessica, that agencies across the country will call Jessica. Many have flown in town to visit with her for a few days and see how we do it here in Salt Lake City. So we are on the forefront of what is best practices in the country. And then when she talks about she's on the hostage negotiating team with the SWAT team, there actually was a situation where Jessica knew the individual that had gone barricade with in his home was having a severe mental health issue. Jessica knew this individual. She knew that he had a dog and loved the dog very much. And she was able to say, hey, ask him about his dog. And so just through these very small things, we are making huge strides in addressing mental health issues in our community. So back to you, Jessica. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And along those lines, like he mentioned, the Bureau of Justice Association learning site. Initially, there was only 6 police departments in the U.S., and we are one of the original 6. Now there's 10 learning sites. And so especially now as we talk about police reform and all these discussions, our emails have been blowing up of different police departments reaching out and asking, 1, how do we start this? 2, what's the budget look like? And 3, where do you guys see yourself going with this? It's been a great benefit. Honestly, I had always dreamed of a job like this, and then ironically, council had just created something. And so we've learned a lot throughout the years, and it's been nice to be able to tell different agencies what to do, what not to do, where to grow and not, where to look at different options. We'd love to be 24/7. Currently, we don't have the staffing to be 24/7. Like Ben mentioned earlier on of the trends, daytime and nighttime, actually night shift, MCOT, the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team, they say their crisis line is the busiest, but we have the least amount of mental health 911 calls then. But what I think is important to know is our social workers are very passionate. They help get people into housing, they help get people connected to treatment. There's been a few cases we've been looking at just how much money we've saved the city based off of the fact that they were a frequent flyer is what we may call it. Having EMS, fire, police, hospital visits, and just how much that costs the city and the individual. They needed services and we're able to help connect them somewhere longer term. And so I just think it's important to note that we go out on all different types of calls, whether that is someone who's actively suicidal or someone who's chronically homeless. I can think of just a case the other day where someone called 911 to say they're turning themselves in because they heard the police radio. People were calling for him on the police radio. And so we went to his apartment. He was adamant that MCOT not come out. He needs to turn himself in. When we got there, we found out he has schizophrenia. He hasn't been on his medications. We were able to call up his therapist and take him over and get his shot for his medication. And then that was all it was, but he was adamant that he needed to be arrested just due to his delusions and what was going on in his head at that time. Sorry, Chief.
Sorry, Jessica. Again, before we get too far away, I just want to, when a lot of people say, well, we don't have the money or the funding to do a program like this. Let me just tell you of one individual that Jessica and her team helped, and we'll just refer to this individual as a Jane Doe. She's a 42-year-old female, was identified as a high utilizer utilizer of emergency service providers. Between 2013 and 2016, Jane was involved in over 70 police-related events, had 69 emergency room visits, over 354 non-emergency related visits to hospitals or doctors, and over 1,000 notes in the hospital system. The estimated total cost for Jane's police and medical encounters was calculated to be over $248,000. I think, Jessica, you and your team were able to help her, get her stabilized into housing, and maybe you can talk about, it's been very, very few times, if any, you've had to help her out since then. But almost $250,000 was saved, taxpayers' money, by the work of this team. And it happens time after time after time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got that individual into long-term assisted living for medications and medical care. This person also had AIDS, and there was many factors going out into the community along those lines. So that person still is in a facility and getting treatment and is stabilized. But before that, every officer on the department knew exactly who that individual was. What I think one of the common questions I get asked, especially today, is why don't we send social workers out without officers? And kind of like I mentioned before, with the spectrum of mental health calls, there's a time and place for civilians. But unfortunately, I think what's hard to understand is the calls that do happen all the time in the city. And that may be, like I mentioned, someone who's going to jump or someone who's running through the middle of the street with a machete. We had an individual a few weeks ago who was homicidal because his delusions were telling him he needed to kill people in order for God to save him. And so as a civilian, I couldn't do too much with him, trying to talk to him. The officers had to intervene, and we were able to talk with him and then figure out that long-term solution. What did that mean for him? How do we connect him to the services that he needs, as he would not be safe? And so we do wear a ballistic vest, and we also carry pepper spray. We've gotten trained in pepper spray and ground fighting. Luckily, haven't been able to use any of that. Hope to keep it that way too. But I do think it's just important to consider the fact that the officers who are taking us out are adding an extra risk to the fact that they have a civilian to not only keep the person on scene safe, but then also keep us safe as well. Any other points I'm missing there, Chief?
No, Jessica and Council, I want you to know there was a lot of discussion, and there has been across the country, about having social workers go out by themselves or with perhaps not a police escort. And I asked Jessica and her team, I said, would you, and I said, tell me straight up, would you go out on the type of calls that you do and do your co-responder model without the safety and protection of officers? And they said, no, they didn't feel like they could be as productive, and they would be hampered with the individuals that they're trying to help. There's always a moment of crisis, or there can be a moment of crisis, and until that is resolved or stabilized, the social work, the compassionate work, the outreach can't occur. So maybe you can build upon that a little bit, Jessica.
Yeah, I think that's been my team's biggest fear with these discussions, as many of my staff have said, I'll quit in a heartbeat. Before coming into this job, I think I would have thought, oh, I'd go to some of those calls. And then being on this job, I'm like, oh, nope, I will not be going to some of those calls alone. So I just think it's important to note that this partnership is very important. And like I've mentioned, many agencies reach out and ask us how we do it, just because there's always going to be individuals who may not be able to be talked to. Like even with, say, like a suicidal jump or something I never thought about until I got into this job was, yeah, I'll talk to that person all day long. But sometimes no matter how long you talk, having an officer be able to pull them from the edge and then we can finish our conversation is totally a game changer. And it's something I never thought about because as a social worker, I dream big that no one would ever jump. No, you know, if I'm talking, that wouldn't ever happen. But there are times people are in severe crisis that's the only place they know to call is 911. And so it's been nice to we have meetings once a month with different community partners like MCOT, EMS, hospitals, FBI, Valley Behavioral Health, Volunteers of America, different agencies where we try and coordinate with different, you know, if we all have one individual we're trying to get services for, we'll all work together and see what is our game plan for this person. So that way I'm not working on this person and VOA is also working on them. And we're all just doing, you know, copy and pasting when we can all work in one way. And then along the lines of our mental health calls, we do also do a homeless camp outreach as well. Volunteers America is incredible in their homeless outreach. And so we're kind of that backup in that homeless outreach component. And the fact that we maybe like, we'll go out and still offer services and we try and coordinate. Maybe if someone doesn't work with Volunteers of America, then we will step in and they'll work with us on housing. Just this week, one of my staff, he just housed 2 individuals with severe mental illness. And then also one of them has had 3 severe TBIs. This person's been kicked out of many substance use facilities and has been homeless for the last 5 years. And just today, he was able to sign a lease with him and get him moved in to a new apartment for his own first apartment ever. And even my own staff will just take a truck and physically move them into their apartment as well, because we're still working through different barriers that exist in the homelessness community. But yeah, what questions or clarifications do you guys have for us?
I have questions.
Yes. Sorry, Wharton.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
I thought someone said your name.
Usually we wait for the chair to say, so I was waiting for him, but thank you.
I thought I heard him say it, so that's why I was like, but maybe he did it.
Maybe you did. I just, we had a chance to talk about this earlier, but I think that, so I'm going to ask you some questions that I've asked you before. Why do you think that it's necessary? Well, first of all, is it necessary that a police officer go with you on every call? And if it isn't necessary, how do you sort out ones that you don't need an officer and ones that you do? And then on ones where it is necessary, like, why do you think it's necessary? And do you think that it inhibits you in any way from doing the social work that you need to be doing? So sorry, that was a 3-part question.
Okay, yes, let me retrace back. So you had asked, are there calls that we could go to without officers, and how do we decide that? So with responding to the city, anyone in the city, there are individuals that we are familiar with that we've been out on many times. So there may be certain situations where we hear this person's calling out over the radio through 911. We understand this action, you know, we've worked with this individual for a long time, that may be a situation where we don't send an officer with a social worker. We'd send 2 social workers just because that person may purposely just want to see a cop. And we're trying to build a better relationship and build those boundaries that they don't feel a need to call 911 just to have someone talk to them that's a cop. And so there are those, we go to those ones that we are familiar with the person. We have a history with that individual. But that, I wouldn't say that's a majority of the time. I'd say majority of the time is we're going to go with an officer, strictly off of the fact that a lot of these calls are pretty, when it comes in through 911, it's very vague and there's a lot of details that are missing. And so we all know how fast something can happen and just all the unknowns. So majority of the time we will go with an officer. And depending on how that call comes out through the radio, we'll decide if that's an appropriate call for our team to go to. There'll be times where they request specifically a social worker or a CIT detective, and then dispatch will request it as well, or an officer who's already on scene and says, hey, can you come help me out? But most of the time we are listening to the radio. We understand that's a call that would make sense for us. And so we will take it from a patrol officer and be first on scene to respond to that. So I believe, Councilmember Wharton, I answered that first section, right? why do we go to those, and when is it we do? And do officers deter our relationship with clients? I think that's an important question to ask. I felt like coming into this position, that was a big fear of mine, was no one's going to want to talk to me. And surprisingly, I felt like people are more willing to talk to officers than they are to social workers, because a lot of times people have fear of their safety. And when an officer shows up, it's like, okay, you know, there's been times where I show up as a social worker and they're like, what are you going to do? Like, you know, someone is stalking me, they're after me, they're following me. What are you going to do as a social worker? That's not going to help me. And so with some people with mental health, it's been reassuring. Also understanding too, so our officers, they do wear detective uniform. So it's not, you know, the copy and paste patrol uniform. It is slightly softer. I wouldn't say it's extremely soft or anything like that. But I think the important part is that a lot of these individuals are the same people we're going out on. Every now and then we'll have a new person that we haven't engaged with. And so there's been a few incidents where I can think of where maybe the officer could have deterred the person, and vice versa. The social worker could have deterred the situation as well, because they feel like, oh, a social worker, what are they going to do? You know, I'm calling 911 for the police. And so we kind of feel that out. What's nice with our team is we feel it out. We're on scene. If we notice a person's a bit uncomfortable or hesitant, but officer also feels like it's safe enough, then we'll find our way to distance ourselves or to rearrange who's standing where and make it more comfortable. And I think our officers too are very personable. They'll share their own personal stories and just be very casual with people. And I think what would surprise people the most is if anyone is ever going to jail, it's because a social worker has requested they go to jail. Most of our detectives the detectives on our unit don't ever want to take someone to jail. And for us, there's times where we're like, you know, this is the only way we can stabilize someone. We've tried 20 different routes. They're very dangerous. They're very unhealthy right now. Hospital won't hold them. And so I think that's interesting in that component to also understand that there's times that we as social workers advocate for the jail. So did I answer all those now?
Yes, thank you. That was great.
And Councilmember Wharton, just real quick. Sometimes I wish it was easy as to go, well, it checks this box, this box, this box. This is a good call for the responder team. Some calls are so benign that they may be just, you know, somebody walking, talking to themselves that can go from 0 to 100 real quick. So it's almost it's not so much a science. It's just it's how the team works.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thank you for the presentation. We've had this meeting. We've talked to you guys before, and I'm very impressed. And I think the work that you guys do is very important. I wanted to know, because it's so important, because we see, you know, mental health issues so prevalent on the streets. Would you say that, I mean, how much percentage of time do you think the police department spends on these mental health issues calls? Is it 30%? Is it 50% of your calls? And what I'm trying to get at is that you are working with around 10 people and you only work from 8 to 5 or 9, and I feel that if you have large percentage, you know, of your phone calls are, you know, we ought to have a little bit more of social workers and make this a 24-hour service, not just a 9 to 5.
Right.
So what do you think? What's the percent?
Chief, do you happen to have a guesstimate of a percent on the top of your head for mental health related?
No, I'm looking right now. Keep going, and I'll come back to you real quick.
Yeah, I know I've talked with a few of you before, and it may have been you too, Councilmember Valdemoros says. We were estimating based off the amount of, and I don't have those numbers on me right now, the mental health calls that were happening in the city. And how much time we spent on calls. A guesstimate of being 28 teams minimum to meet the need of mental health calls, that would be 24/7. So 28 teams would be 24/7 in order to just meet the need. And even that, we believe there would still be mental health calls in the background. So our team works Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. That is a downside that we aren't the evening shift. What's challenging about if we were to move our whole team to the evening shift, then we aren't able to look into housing or getting people their medications because most agencies close down at 4 o'clock that we work with. And so we have social workers who will do some overtime shifts and do afternoon shift. It's very busy. There's plenty of work in the afternoons, just along the same as daytime too. But I think, yeah, our guesstimate was about 28 teams to just meet the need of mental health calls for 24/7 response. Like I said, I don't have those hard numbers. And also considering the tricky part is when it comes to the data collection of how do we explain our story when, you know, a patrol officer may say pink sheet someone, take someone involuntarily to the hospital, and that takes them an hour. While we could do that in half an hour, or we could do that in 3 hours because we take them to the hospital. We sit there, we talk to the doctor, we talk to the nurse and the therapist, social worker there, and then we also arrange for an inpatient bed if that is available. And so it takes us longer to save time on the back end. So it's really tricky to show how much time we spend in comparison and how much that's saving when we do the breakdown of our goal is to not be pink sheeting or involuntarily committing people as often. Our hope is to connect to other services if possible. But there are times we have to go that route.
Councilmember Waldemoros, just real quick, I don't have the number in front of me, but I do know that the type of calls that always are the highest for service in the city are they're homeless related, which can always be attributed to an underlying mental health issue. They can be trespassing, unwanted individuals. So I can get you that number, and I will. I'll get it back to Ben. But I would dare bet if we did some research, it would be very high, the number of calls we go that have an underlying mental health issue. Great question, though. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And even that data is tricky too, because it may come out as something that's non-mental health related, and then in the end we find out it was a mental health related call. So the data is even hard to understand that.
Thanks.
It looks like Councilmember Rogers may have lost connection again. Councilmember Dugan, do you want to talk?
I just want to say thanks for all the work you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the council have questions or comments? I've got a question that may be above your pay grade. I'm not sure. If we think about mental illness, we're thinking about a chronic recurring condition, which explains why you're seeing the same people day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out, right? And if the volume is as high as we think it is in the city, I think we got to think about it a little more like the homeless situation, where it's not just a city issue, it's a county, it's a multi-jurisdictional issue. We will not fund 28 teams. If we do fund 28 teams, you know what's going to happen to those 28 teams. They're going to end up being the caseworkers for all these mental health individuals and not do police work or other outreach work. I think we got to look at other avenues and think holistically about housing, about medications and access to healthcare, about ongoing case management for a large percentage of these folks that's funded through Medicaid. I think there's things we're going to think about that are not in the city realm. So my question, I guess, is we can sort of keep putting money towards the police department and social workers, and I think we're understaffed. I think we need a co-responder model and probably an analysis of the CIT model, because right now we really don't have that. We have a couple of teams, but they're not really a traditional CIT kind of thing. That being said, is there a thought on the administration side, Mayor, about how do we tackle this issue in coordination with other two issues, housing and homelessness, as a whole thing rather than sort of trying to put a little bit here in each department? Have you had any thoughts about that?
Yeah, and oftentimes, Andrew or Councilmember Johnston, you end up being a great sounding board for some of those thoughts and helping us see more of the nuances than as non-social workers we aren't seeing on a day-to-day basis. So thanks for your perpetual and clear insight to the complexity of that. I'm not prepared to give you a pitch right now of what that holistic approach and solution might look like, but I would love, it's been a couple of months since you and I sat down about the intersectionality of that and how the city might be more effective. I'd welcome a meeting with you to talk about it.
I would, if always, Mayor, I'd always sit down and talk anything with you. I might make a pitch to the council perhaps as we get more feedback from the commission on their thoughts about policing in general, and particularly around race and bias and issues in the city. I'm not sure they're going to address mental health particularly, but sort of a variety of things in the police department about allocation of resources and such. I want to make a pitch to the council. We may want to look at something along the lines of mental health for the city, if not a commission, but something that's going to be able to spend enough time across multiple departments and multiple jurisdictions, at least work interface with them to talk about this, to figure out some solutions, because I'm not sure we can do this in the city, guys. And I think it's going to continue to heavily impact our police department. You know, it's troubles right now. We're not going to get out of our staffing issues for 2 years, maybe, Chief?
It's going to take some time.
It's
going to take some time.
I think we're going to be understaffed. I think we're going to be continually having to deal with this even after we're staffed up. It may behoove us to spend some time sooner than later to get a commission or something along those lines to get some good recommendations and get a bigger picture answer for us here.
Councilmember Johnston, as always, your questions are spot on. I do know there is conversation, and Jessica, maybe you can talk a little bit about a receiving center so that we can respond to somebody in crisis, stabilize, and then maybe take them to a receiving center where there is a host of partners, state, local, county, that can help take it to the next steps. But I still think there's always going to be a need. There's that tip of the spear, so to speak, to deal with and to respond on the mental health crisis calls that we have. Jessica, do you want to talk any more about the receiving center?
Yeah, and kind of like it was mentioned earlier too, that the hope is that it'll come on 2022. It's going to be built. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it. It's something we've been wanting for a long time, and it's for all the police departments in the county to be able to have a place to go 24/7. And the idea is that an officer will only spend 5 minutes there and drop them off to engage in services. That would be ideal to get that going, and also to support that. I know last legislative session, funding was passed for it, but not nearly as much funding that was requested initially. And so I know we have a long ways to go in order to maintain a receiving center once we get that going. And Councilmember Johnston, I love that point. You know, something I'm very passionate about, obviously, is the fact of mental health and housing and Medicaid and accessibility, and the fact that, you know, federally, statewide, countywide, we aren't funding a lot of these programs, and therefore it is falling to 911 response. And this is the crisis response that, since we are not funding it at broader levels at the state level for housing, affordable housing, or accessibility to disability, it's falling on police to have to be those immediate responders. And so I think it's a great discussion to have, to constantly be talking about how else can we support the system and build on it so we don't have to be acting in a crisis model at all times. The hope would be that we have different paths set up so people can engage in services, so it's not always an immediate crisis.
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, Councilmember Johnston, for picking up when my internet went down. Any other questions for Jessica or the chief? I don't see any. Okay, Chief, I appreciate you and Jessica being here to fill us in on that. There's going to be a lot more coming up, I'm sure, on this and information and looking at how we're going to fund that. So appreciate Councilmember Johnston and everyone else's comments and looking at different ways of making that work. So we are on to item agenda item number 5, which is our dinner break for 30 minutes. So we also have a closed session in regards to deployment of security personnel and devices for attorney-client matters. So we'll need to do a motion for that and roll call it. So I'm looking for a motion for us to go into closed session. Councilmember Wharton?
Mr. Chair, didn't you say we were going to break for dinner first and then come back, or did you
We're
say?
actually going to do it during our dinner break. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, no problem. Okay, then in that case, Mr. Chair, I move that we go into executive session, or closed session, sorry, for the purpose of discussing, is it advice of counsel? Sorry.
Yes,
No, it's
deployment
regards
of
to
security
deployment.
and advice,
I'm sorry, deployment of security advices. Thank you.
Yep.
and advice of counsel.
And advice of counsel. Hey, I had that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
you did.
Okay, thanks.
Good job. Motion by Councilmember Wharton. Is there a
Second.
second? Councilmember
Second.
Baldemoros. Thank you. We'll roll call this. Councilmember Johnston,
Yes.
Councilmember Wharton,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldemoros,
Yes.
Councilmember Mono. Can't hear Councilmember Mono. Maybe his computer flight. Councilmember Dugan,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. So that's a separate link. So everybody go find that link to go to the closed session, and we are adjourned for that. Thanks, everyone. But as soon as you can, just roll right into it. We have a question from the mayor. No? Okay. See you all at the other link.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for Capital City News. Happy New Year. The COVID-19 vaccine rollout is underway in Utah with a timeline for distribution in phases. As we continue to get through the winter, continue to stay safe, follow the CDC guidelines by wearing masks and physical distancing when you're outside your household. If you're not feeling well, get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode, we hear from Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members on the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. And our History Minute this week is about sledding in the city. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its January 5th meeting, the City Council elected new leadership for 2021, with Amy Fowler stepping in as council chair and James Rogers as vice chair. They were also briefed on the new crime control plan, received updates on ongoing situations like COVID-19, homeless issues, and racial equity in policing, and received briefings for and took public comment on a 6th budget amendment for the fiscal year. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Join the conversation to increase racial equity in policing across Salt Lake City. There are a number of ways to get involved and share your voice with the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. The next opportunity is a public listening session on Wednesday, January 20th at 5 p.m. To learn more, share your voice, or tune in live, visit slcrepcommission.com. As the Commission works to examine the current policies, programs, culture, and budget of the Salt Lake City Police Department, your experience, your advice, your ideas are needed to help create a safer and more inclusive city. The Commission will consider public feedback to formulate their recommendation to Mayor Mendenhall and the City Council. New year, fresh start. Wondering how to properly dispose of your holiday tree? We've got some tips for you. Salt Lake City residents are encouraged to cut up their trees into 4-foot pieces or smaller and put them in a brown curbside compost can for collection on their regular weekly waste collection day. Ornaments and lights must be removed. Residents who cannot cut their trees for placement in the brown cans may put their trees out for curbside collection. Trees left at the curb will be collected now through January 22nd. Flock trees are not accepted on the curb or in the brown can. Cut flock trees up and place them in your garbage can. For questions, call 801-535-6999. Last year, the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission was formed to examine SLCPD's policies, culture, and budget. Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members, shares details.
My name is Nicole Salazar. I am an attorney in Salt Lake City. I am one of the 6 core commissioners of the Racial Equity and Policing Commission.
Now, can you tell me about the Racial Equity and Policing Commission? How did it come to be, and how did you come to be a commissioner on it?
The Racial Equity and Policing Commission was formed by the mayor in June 2020 in the wake of the George Floyd murder and other racially charged law enforcement involved incidents around the country. I was asked by Mayor Mendenhall to join the core commission and to help lead in the formation of the larger commission in reviewing and amending, maybe even creating new policies as it relates to law enforcement in Salt Lake City.
What is the overall goal then, to cure this in Salt Lake City, and that's sort of the purview of the commission?
The purview of the commission is to review Salt Lake City Police Department policy, procedures, ordinances, to determine if there's a better way of doing things, a different way of doing things, if there's anything that needs to be added. So I know there's a lot of concern around use of force. That's something that we are reviewing. There are concerns about the use of school resource officers in Salt Lake City schools. That's something else we're looking at. The use of canines, some of the stops that law enforcement does in traffic stops. Whatever it is that we can do to review those policies, review procedures and ordinances, to make law enforcement safer for both Salt Lake City residents, visitors, and for law enforcement.
So for people who are really concerned that they're not seeing the action they want now, and they're like, oh, of course, there's just another commission, that's being appointed. What do you say to folks who are sort of understandably frustrated with sort of the pace of the process?
Absolutely. I completely understand. And there are some of us on the commission who do want to take larger strides and quicker strides. The reality is that very quick knee-jerk change very rarely makes a long-term effect. And the goal of our commission is to see some long-term effects in place. We have been doing a lot of data gathering. We're going to start listening sessions in January. And I think we've identified some recommendations that we can provide to the mayor here pretty soon. The recommendations are not going to be massive and sweeping, but there are some recommendations that we are starting to work on to provide to the mayor probably in the new year, early in the new year.
For those concerned that the commission might be sort of overly controlled by government or have any preconceived notions about what those recommendations might be, can you kind of tell us about the process and the independence of the commission?
So the mayor is not in control of our commission. We have a facilitator who's hired by the city who works with us, but ultimately we as a commission decide on our agenda, our action items, when to send recommendations to the mayor, what subcommittees to have, who to have on the commission. So the mayor has not been to our meetings. She's been in communication with us. There's a liaison that appears at our meetings. We can ask for data. She's provided data to us. Really everything that we've ever asked, we've received from the mayor, but the mayor ultimately is not in control of who we appoint to the commission and what our action items are. And certainly it's helpful for us to maintain that dialogue, which is why we do maintain a dialogue with her staff, but the staff itself does not control our meetings. In fact, our meetings are run through the city library for that very reason.
Do you personally find that the commission is actually going to help bring about that meaningful change that's needed?
I think so. We have a lot of highly skilled, dedicated, level-headed people looking at these very, very difficult issues. The people on this commission are well aware of what the problems are, especially within their own communities. And the core commission did request to have certain people join the commission because we wanted to make sure that every group that was affected by law enforcement was present at the table to provide their feedback. I think we will have the ability to make lasting change, but lasting change, like I said, is never quick and it's never easy. It always takes time, especially if it's going to be taken seriously by all members of the community, including law enforcement. If we created a policy or amended a policy that ended up harming law enforcement, then we wouldn't be doing anybody any good. Or if we created a policy that inadvertently harmed the larger community, then of course that's not going to be helpful either. So we have these level-headed minds who are really looking at every aspect of policies and procedures, trying to make sure that when we do recommend a change, it's not going to have many unintended consequences. Of course, there's some we just won't be able to avoid, but we are looking at making changes that have as little unintended consequences as possible.
For members of the public who want to keep up with what's going on with the commission, how do they go about doing that?
All of our meetings are public. Our subcommittee meetings are open to the public. Our large commission meetings are open to the public. The only ones that are not open to the public right now are our scheduling meetings, where the core commission meets with the facilitators and plans out the large commission meeting agendas for the following meeting. But everyone is free to watch. There are certain meetings that have public comment periods, and people are certainly welcome to come online and make their voice heard. They're also welcome to email us. We've been really responsive to emails whenever anybody wants to email us. They can email us individually, or they can send an email to repcommission@slcgov.com. And here pretty soon, we're going to be rolling out a social media campaign that will allow people to have even more access to us, because we do realize that not everybody feels comfortable sending an email or coming up for getting online and speaking during a public comment phase. We are sensitive to that, and some people would prefer to communicate with us over social media, say. So we are going to get a social media campaign started here soon.
What are the next steps for the commission as you move forward?
Our next steps are to start making some recommendations. There are still a few more people we want to meet with, a few more specialists. probably Chief Brown a few more times, of course, and we will want to meet with the City Council. I believe we're planning on meeting with the City Council in January. So our next steps moving forward are to really start to fashion some of those recommendations, bring to the larger commission everything the subcommittees have been working on, and starting to create some recommendations.
And now we go back in time for our History Minute. Sledding has always been a pastime in Salt Lake City. The particularly hilly streets of the avenues became favorite spots for the children of the city to gather and sled. But sledding in the streets was dangerous for kids. In light of increased injuries, the city took steps to protect them. To ensure the safety of the kids, sledding was banned on city streets in 1903. But this did little to stop determined sledders on snow days. Eventually, the city council relented. And in 1915, they designated a number of streets that would be closed to all traffic on snow days, reserved for kids to sled on. As many as 30 streets were initially designated for that purpose. By 1920, that number dwindled down to 8, including the entirety of First Avenue and D Street. Traffic police would even be stationed at every intersection, ensuring cars stopped or diverted for the winter fun. Closing streets for sledding had vanished by 1960, leaving the hill at Sugar House Park as the only legally designated spot in the city for sledding. Today, the park is still widely used for sledding every time it snows. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of 2021. Please join us next time to stay up to date on all the latest. If you're looking for a way to just get out and enjoy the fresh air in the evening, come on down to the Gallivan Center and check out their beautiful lights out on the plaza. Thanks again for watching. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Hello, and thank you for joining us for Capital City News. Happy New Year. The COVID-19 vaccine rollout is underway in Utah with a timeline for distribution in phases. As we continue to get through the winter, continue to stay safe, follow the CDC guidelines by wearing masks and physical distancing when you're outside your household. If you're not feeling well, get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode, we hear from Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members on the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. And our History Minute this week is about sledding in the city. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its January 5th meeting, the City Council elected new leadership for 2021, with Amy Fowler stepping in as council chair and James Rogers as vice chair. They were also briefed on the new crime control plan, received updates on ongoing situations like COVID-19, homeless issues, and racial equity in policing, and received briefings for and took public comment on a 6th budget amendment for the fiscal year. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Join the conversation to increase racial equity in policing across Salt Lake City. There are a number of ways to get involved and share your voice with the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. The next opportunity is a public listening session on Wednesday, January 20th at 5 p.m. To learn more, share your voice, or tune in live, visit slcrepcommission.com. As the Commission works to examine the current policies, programs, culture, and budget of the Salt Lake City Police Department, your experience, your advice, your ideas are needed to help create a safer and more inclusive city. The Commission will consider public feedback to formulate their recommendation to Mayor Mendenhall and the City Council. New year, fresh start. Wondering how to properly dispose of your holiday tree? We've got some tips for you. Salt Lake City residents are encouraged to cut up their trees into 4-foot pieces or smaller and put them in a brown curbside compost can for collection on their regular weekly waste collection day. Ornaments and lights must be removed. Residents who cannot cut their trees for placement in the brown cans may put their trees out for curbside collection. Trees left at the curb will be collected now through January 22nd. Flock trees are not accepted on the curb or in the brown can. Cut flock trees up and place them in your garbage can. For questions, call 801-535-6999. Last year, the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission was formed to examine SLCPD's policies, culture, and budget. Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members, shares details.
My name is Nicole Salazar. I am an attorney in Salt Lake City. I am one of the 6 core commissioners of the Racial Equity and Policing Commission.
Now, can you tell me about the Racial Equity and Policing Commission? How did it come to be, and how did you come to be a commissioner on it?
The Racial Equity and Policing Commission was formed by the mayor in June 2020 in the wake of the George Floyd murder and other racially charged law enforcement involved incidents around the country. I was asked by Mayor Mendenhall to join the core commission and to help lead in the formation of the larger commission in reviewing and amending, maybe even creating new policies as it relates to law enforcement in Salt Lake City.
What is the overall goal then, to cure this in Salt Lake City, and that's sort of the purview of the commission?
The purview of the commission is to review Salt Lake City Police Department policy, procedures, ordinances, to determine if there's a better way of doing things, a different way of doing things, if there's anything that needs to be added. So I know there's a lot of concern around use of force. That's something that we are reviewing. There are concerns about the use of school resource officers in Salt Lake City schools. That's something else we're looking at. The use of canines, some of the stops that law enforcement does in traffic stops. Whatever it is that we can do to review those policies, review procedures and ordinances to make law enforcement safer for both Salt Lake City residents, visitors, and for law enforcement.
So for people who are really concerned that they're not seeing the action they want now, and they're like, oh, of course, there's just another commission that's being appointed, what do you say to folks who are sort of understandably frustrated with sort of the pace of the process?
Absolutely. I completely understand. And there are some of us on the commission who do want to take larger strides and quicker strides. The reality is that very quick knee-jerk change very rarely makes a long-term effect. And the goal of our commission is to see some long-term effects in place. We have been doing a lot of data gathering. We're going to start listening sessions in January. And I think we've identified some recommendations that we can provide to the mayor here pretty soon. The recommendations are not going to be massive and sweeping, but there are some recommendations that we are starting to work on to provide to the mayor probably in the new year, early in the new year.
For those concerned that the commission might be sort of overly controlled by government or have any preconceived notions about what those recommendations might be, can you kind of tell us about the process and the independence of the commission?
So the mayor is not in control of our commission. We have a facilitator who's hired by the city who works with us, but ultimately we as a commission decide on our agenda, our action items, when to send recommendations to the mayor, what subcommittees to have, who to have on the commission. So the mayor has not been to our meetings. She's been in communication with us. There's a liaison that appears at our meetings. We can ask for data. She's provided data to us. Really everything that we've ever asked, we've received from the mayor, but the mayor ultimately is not in control of who we appoint to the commission and what our action items are. Certainly it's helpful for us to maintain that dialogue, which is why we do maintain a dialogue with her staff, but the staff itself does not control our meetings. In fact, our meetings are run through the city library for that very reason. Do
you personally find that the commission is actually going to help bring about that meaningful change that's needed?
I think so. We have a lot of highly skilled, dedicated, level-headed people looking at these very, very difficult issues. The people on this commission are well aware of what the problems are, especially within their own communities. And the core commission did request to have certain people join the commission because we wanted to make sure that every group that was affected by law enforcement was present at the table to provide their feedback. I think we will have the ability to make lasting change, but lasting change, like I said, is never quick and it's never easy. It always takes time, especially if it's going to be taken seriously by all members of the community, including law enforcement. If we created a policy or amended a policy that ended up harming law enforcement, then we wouldn't be doing anybody any good. Or if we created a policy that inadvertently harmed the larger community, then of course that's not going to be helpful either. So we have these level-headed minds who are really looking at every aspect of policies and procedures, trying to make sure that when we do recommend a change, it's not going to have many unintended consequences. Of course, there's some we just won't be able to avoid, but we are looking at making changes that have as little unintended consequences as possible.
For members of the public who want to keep up with what's going on with the commission, how do they go about doing that?
All of our meetings are public. Our subcommittee meetings are open to the public. Our large commission meetings are open to the public. The only ones that are not open to the public right now are our scheduling meetings, where the core commission meets with the facilitators and plans out the large commission meeting agendas for the following meeting. But everyone is free to watch. There are certain meetings that have public comment periods, and people are certainly welcome to come online and make their voice heard. They're also welcome to email us. We've been really responsive to emails whenever anybody wants to email us. They can email us individually, or they can send an email to repcommission@slcgov.com. And here pretty soon, we're going to be rolling out a social media campaign that will allow people to have even more access to us, because we do realize that not everybody feels comfortable sending an email or coming up for getting online and speaking during a public comment phase. We are sensitive to that, and some people would prefer to communicate with us over social media, say. So we are going to get a social media campaign started here soon.
What are the next steps for the commission as you move forward?
Our next steps are to start making some recommendations. There are still a few more people we want to meet with, a few more specialists, probably Chief Brown a few more times, of course, and we will want to meet with the City Council. I believe we're planning on meeting with the City Council in January. So our next steps moving forward are to really start to fashion some of those recommendations, bring to the larger commission everything the subcommittees have been working on, and starting to create some recommendations.
And now we go back in time for our History Minute. Sledding has always been a pastime in Salt Lake City. The particularly hilly streets of the avenues became favorite spots for the children of the city to gather and sled. But sledding in the streets was dangerous for kids. In light of increased injuries, the city took steps to protect them. To ensure the safety of the kids, sledding was banned on city streets in 1903. But this did little to stop determined sledders on snow days. Eventually, the city council relented, and in 1915, they designated a number of streets that would be closed to all traffic on snow days, reserved for kids to sled on. As many as 30 streets were initially designated for that purpose. By 1920, that number dwindled down to 8, including the entirety of First Avenue and D Street. Traffic police would even be stationed at every intersection, ensuring cars stopped or diverted for the winter fun. Closing streets for sledding had vanished by 1960, leaving the hill at Sugar House Park as the only legally designated spot in the city for sledding. Today, the park is still widely used for sledding every time it snows. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of 2021. Please join us next time to stay up to date on all the latest. If you're looking for a way to just get out and enjoy the fresh air in the evening, come on down to the Gallivan Center and check out their beautiful lights out on the plaza. Thanks again for watching. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Hello, and thank you for joining us for Capital City News. Happy New Year. The COVID-19 vaccine rollout is underway in Utah with a timeline for distribution in phases. As we continue to get through the winter, continue to stay safe, follow the CDC guidelines by wearing masks and physical distancing when you're outside your household. If you're not feeling well, get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode, we hear from Nicole Salazar, one of 6 court commission members on the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. And our History Minute this week is about sledding in the city. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its January 5th meeting, the City Council elected new leadership for 2021, with Amy Fowler stepping in as council chair and James Rogers as vice chair. They were also briefed on the new crime control plan, received updates on ongoing situations like COVID-19, homeless issues, and racial equity in policing, and received briefings for and took public comment on a 6th budget amendment for the fiscal year. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Join the conversation to increase racial equity in policing across Salt Lake City. There are a number of ways to get involved and share your voice with the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. The next opportunity is a public listening session on Wednesday, January 20th at 5 p.m. To learn more, share your voice, or tune in live, visit slcrepcommission.com. As the Commission works to examine the current policies, programs, culture, and budget of the Salt Lake City Police Department, your experience, your advice, your ideas are needed to help create a safer and more inclusive city. The Commission will consider public feedback to formulate their recommendation to Mayor Mendenhall and the City Council. New year, fresh start. Wondering how to properly dispose of your holiday tree? We've got some tips for you. Salt Lake City residents are encouraged to cut up their trees into 4-foot pieces or smaller and put them in a brown curbside compost can for collection on their regular weekly waste collection day. Ornaments and lights must be removed. Residents who cannot cut their trees for placement in the brown cans may put their trees out for curbside collection. Trees left at the curb will be collected now through January 22nd. Flock trees are not accepted on the curb or in the brown can. Cut flock trees up and place them in your garbage can. For questions, call 801-535-6999. Last year, the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission was formed to examine SLCPD's policies, culture, and budget. Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members, shares details.
My name is Nicole Salazar. I am an attorney in Salt Lake City. I am one of the 6 core commissioners of the Racial Equity and Policing Commission.
Now, can you tell me about the Racial Equity and Policing Commission? How did it come to be, and how did you come to be a commissioner on it?
The Racial Equity and Policing Commission was formed by the mayor in June 2020 in the wake of the George Floyd murder and other racially charged law enforcement involved incidents around the country. I was asked by Mayor Mendenhall to join the core commission and to help lead in the formation of the larger commission in reviewing and amending, maybe even creating new policies as it relates to law enforcement in Salt Lake City.
What is the overall goal then, to cure this in Salt Lake City, and that's sort of the purview of the commission?
The purview of the commission is to review Salt Lake City Police Department policy, procedures, ordinances, to determine if there's a better way of doing things, a different way of doing things, if there's anything that needs to be added. So I know there's a lot of concern around use of force. That's something that we are reviewing. There are concerns about the use of school resource officers in Salt Lake City schools. That's something else we're looking at. The use of canines, some of the stops that law enforcement does in traffic stops. Whatever it is that we can do to review those policies, review procedures and ordinances to make law enforcement safer for both Salt Lake City residents, visitors, and for law enforcement.
So for people who are really concerned that they're not seeing the action they want now, and they're like, oh, of course, there's just another commission that's being appointed, what do you say to folks who are sort of understandably frustrated with sort of the pace of the process?
Absolutely. I completely understand. And there are some of us on the commission who do want to take larger strides and quicker strides. The reality is that very quick knee-jerk change very rarely makes a long-term effect. And the goal of our commission is to see some long-term effects in place. We have been doing a lot of data gathering. We're going to start listening sessions in January. And I think we've identified some recommendations that we can provide to the mayor here pretty soon. The recommendations are not going to be massive and sweeping, but there are some recommendations that we are starting to work on to provide to the mayor, probably in the new year, early in the new year.
For those concerned that the commission might be sort of overly controlled by government or have any preconceived notions about what those recommendations might be, can you kind of tell us about the process and the independence of the commission?
So the mayor is not in control of our commission. We have a facilitator who's hired by the city who works with us, but ultimately we as a commission decide on our agenda, our action items, when to send recommendations to the mayor, what subcommittees to have, who to have on the commission. So the mayor has not been to our meetings. She's been in communication with us. There's a liaison that appears at our meetings. We can ask for data. She's provided data to us. Really everything that we've ever asked, we've received from the mayor, but the mayor ultimately is not in control of who we appoint to the commission and what our action items are. And certainly it's helpful for us to maintain that dialogue, which is why we do maintain a dialogue with her staff, but the staff itself does not control our meetings. In fact, our meetings are run through the city library for that very reason.
Do you personally find that the commission is actually going to help bring about that meaningful change that's needed?
I think so. We have a lot of highly skilled, dedicated, level-headed people looking at these very, very difficult issues. The people on this commission are well aware of what the problems are, especially within their own communities. And the Core Commission did request to have certain people join the commission because we wanted to make sure that every group that was affected by law enforcement was present at the table to provide their feedback. I think we will have the ability to make lasting change, but lasting change, like I said, is never quick and it's never easy. It always takes time, especially if it's going to be taken seriously by all members of the community, including law enforcement. If we created a policy or amended a policy that ended up harming law enforcement, then we wouldn't be doing anybody any good. Or if we created a policy that inadvertently harmed the larger community, then of course that's not going to be helpful either. So we have these level-headed minds who are really looking at every aspect of policies and procedures, trying to make sure that when we do recommend a change, it's not going to have many unintended consequences. Of course, there's some we just won't be able to avoid, but we are looking at making changes that have as little unintended consequences as possible.
For members of the public who want to keep up with what's going on with the commission, how do they go about doing that?
All of our meetings are public. Our subcommittee meetings are open to the public. Our large commission meetings are open to the public. The only ones that are not open to the public right now are our scheduling meetings, where the Core Commission meets with the facilitators and plans out the large commission meeting agendas for the following meeting. But everyone is free to watch. There are certain meetings that have public comment periods, and people are certainly welcome to come online and make their voice heard. They're also welcome to email us. We've been really responsive to emails whenever anybody wants to email us. They can email us individually, or they can send an email to repcommission@slcgov.com. And here pretty soon, we're going to be rolling out a social media campaign that will allow people to have even more access to us, because we do realize that not everybody feels comfortable sending an email or coming up for getting online and speaking during a public comment phase. We are sensitive to that, and some people would prefer to communicate with us over social media, say. So we are going to get a social media campaign started here soon.
What are the next steps for the commission as you move forward?
Our next steps are to start making some recommendations. There are still a few more people we want to meet with, a few more specialists, probably Chief Brown a few more times, of course, and we will want to meet with the City Council. I believe we're planning on meeting with the City Council in January. So our next steps moving forward are to really start to fashion some of those recommendations, bring to the larger commission everything the subcommittees have been working on, and starting to create some recommendations.
And now we go back in time for our History Minute. Sledding has always been a pastime in Salt Lake City. The particularly hilly streets of the avenues became favorite spots for the children of the city to gather and sled. But sledding in the streets was dangerous for kids. In light of increased injuries, the city took steps to protect them. To ensure the safety of the kids, sledding was banned on city streets in 1903, but this did little to stop determined sledders on snow days. Eventually, the city council relented, and in 1915, they designated a number of streets that would be closed to all traffic on snow days, reserved for kids to sled on. As many as 30 streets were initially designated for that purpose. By 1920, that number dwindled down to 8, including the entirety of First Avenue and D Street. Traffic police would even be stationed at every intersection, ensuring cars stopped or diverted for the winter fun. Closing streets for sledding had vanished by 1960, leaving the hill at Sugar House Park as the only legally designated spot in the city for sledding. Today, the park is still widely used for sledding every time it snows. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of 2021. Please join us next time to stay up to date on all the latest. If you're looking for a way to just get out and enjoy the fresh air in the evening, come on down to the Gallivan Center and check out their beautiful lights out on the plaza. Thanks again for watching. We hope to see you next time. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Hello, and thank you for joining us for Capital City News. Happy New Year. The COVID-19 vaccine rollout is underway in Utah with a timeline for distribution in phases. As we continue to get through the winter, continue to stay safe, follow the CDC guidelines by wearing masks and physical distancing when you're outside your household. If you're not feeling well, get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode, we hear from Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members on the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. And our History Minute this week is about sledding in the city. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its January 5th meeting, the City Council elected new leadership for 2021, with Amy Fowler stepping in as council chair and James Rogers as vice chair. They were also briefed on the new crime control plan, received updates on ongoing situations like COVID-19, homeless issues, and racial equity in policing, and received briefings for and took public comment on a 6th budget amendment for the fiscal year. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Join the conversation to increase racial equity in policing across Salt Lake City. There are a number of ways to get involved and share your voice with the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission. The next opportunity is a public listening session on Wednesday, January 20th at 5 p.m. To learn more, share your voice, or tune in live, visit slcrepcommission.com. As the Commission works to examine the current policies, programs, culture, and budget of the Salt Lake City Police Department, your experience, your advice, your ideas are needed to help create a safer and more inclusive city. The Commission will consider public feedback to formulate their recommendation to Mayor Mendenhall and the City Council. New year, fresh start. Wondering how to properly dispose of your holiday tree? We've got some tips for you. Salt Lake City residents are encouraged to cut up their trees into 4-foot pieces or smaller and put them in a brown curbside compost can for collection on their regular weekly waste collection day. Ornaments and lights must be removed. Residents who cannot cut their trees for placement in the brown cans may put their trees out for curbside collection. Trees left at the curb will be collected now through January 22nd. Flock trees are not accepted on the curb or in the brown can. Cut flock trees up and place them in your garbage can. For questions, call 801-535-6999. Last year, the Salt Lake City Racial Equity in Policing Commission was formed to examine SLCPD's policies, culture, and budget. Nicole Salazar, one of 6 core commission members, shares details.
My name is Nicole Salazar. I am an attorney in Salt Lake City. I am one of the 6 core commissioners of the Racial Equity and Policing Commission.
Now, can you tell me about the Racial Equity and Policing Commission? how did it come to be and how did you come to be a commissioner on it?
The Racial Equity and Policing Commission was formed by the mayor in June 2020 in the wake of the George Floyd murder and other racially charged law enforcement involved incidents around the country. I was asked by Mayor Mendenhall to join the core commission and to help lead in the formation of the larger commission in reviewing and amending, maybe even creating new policies as it relates to law enforcement in Salt Lake City.
What is the overall goal then, to cure this in Salt Lake City, and that's sort of the purview of the commission?
The purview of the commission is to review Salt Lake City Police Department policy, procedures, ordinances, to determine if there's a better way of doing things, a different way of doing things.
Agenda item number 6, which is our budget amendment number 6 for fiscal year 2021 follow-up. We've got a whole bunch of people here to help with us. We've got Ben Ludke, who is our policy analyst from the council office. We have Mayor Aaron Mendenhall. We've got Mary Beth Thompson, who is the CFO of the city. John Vike, who is the city budget director. We've got Lonnie Egertson Goff, director of HAND, Blake Thomas, director of CAN, and Barb Tobin, the CAN grant specialist. But we're going to turn the time over to the mayor first before we start going into questions. Right, Mayor?
I bring good news. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think it's pretty good news. I mean, we're all a little hardened after 2020, and Mary Beth's here to help me make sure that I'm giving you the right information. But I wonder if council staff could bring up the chart for our general fund. Uh-oh.
I have the chart pulled up. Are you seeing it, Mayor?
I just see a black screen. Is it just me?
Yeah, I see it.
see the chart.
I see it.
You
too.
do?
Mhm.
Well, there's internet issues abounding.
Yeah.
So that's fine because I have it pulled up on separately on my own here. Council, don't tune out. I know there's a lot of lines, there's a lot of rows here, not so many columns. We're gonna make it short and sweet here. What I want you to focus on with me is columns L, M, and N, the orange columns there around our 2021 numbers. The very first line there on row 8 is our actuals after our audit happened and the annual audit. And the beginning balance is sort of the end of our FY 2020 balance. You can see that funding our futures there, general fund, and then our fund balance total. And when we were creating the budget for FY21, we thought we were going to have to use funding our future revenues to offset our lost revenues. And I'm happy to tell you that after the audit was completed, we were able to use only general fund from fund balance. So funding our future is totally intact. And what you see there is that general fund put that 2.9 million back into funding our future. That's on line 9 there. The line 10 is just expenses that we had under contract from the previous year that we knew were there. So those are taken off. And as we come down, you'll see our fund balance total in column N at 74 million and change, which is 23%, but we have to take off expenses that were incurred, like our prepaids and our receivables that we had in the pipeline from 2020. So that's what the 5.6 million coming off of the 74 is from line 17. And where we really begin with fund balance for FY21 is in row 19 with 68.7 million in our fund balance. And we are starting there with just over 21% fund balance, which is fantastic. That was part of our conservative approach to make sure that we could maintain city services and maintain our employees through this and these many crises. So great job, council. We did the right thing, I think, going through the budget process and setting ourselves up with a healthy fund balance. As we come down, the budget amendments begin articulating on row 22 down through row 34, where we see our budget amendment 6. That's where we, and I'm happy to remind you if you need reminding, as I often do, of what we did in those different budget amendments. But suffice it to say, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 budget amendments through line 34, taking away from that fund balance total. And then we have 5.4 million on row 35. That's or row 36, forgive me. That's our projected revenue shortfall. So even though there's some good signs in our sales tax that we are projecting a surplus in our sales tax, we are still anticipating and seeing a decline in other areas of our revenue. So in total, once we balance out the surplus in sales tax and the decline in other areas, which Mary Beth is happy to get into with you, it's a $5.4 million loss of revenue. So down there toward the bottom, row 39 and 40 is our adjusted fund balance for FY21, minus all of our budget amendments, minus our revenue shortfall. We're at 53.7 million, and that's at 16.76% fund balance, which I would love to now ask our Chief Financial Officer, Mary Beth, how she feels about a 16.76% fund balance.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually quite surprised, pleasantly surprised. Last year, our fund balance wasn't looking, it was around 10% after we had completed all the budget amendments and everything else. So I'm pleasantly surprised. And I think it speaks to the mayor and to the council in your prudency of spending fund balance, as well as the departments, right? In making sure that they are doing their due diligence as far as their expenditures are concerned, so that if they are under budget, that amount drops to fund balance as well. So very excited about this. And I think it helps us, leads us into fiscal year 22 with a healthy fund balance.
So, Mr. Chair, we're happy to walk you through the other aspects of this conversation with all the great folks who are on the call. But I would like to just say, in wrapping up, that we always appreciate the council's willingness to dive deep and agree on our values as a city as we try to navigate these unpredictable waters that we've been in. And our employees in Salt Lake City, from the council staff to our police officers, our public utilities folks, our parks workers, our youth city, everyone, IMS, it's been amazing. And our people have been bearing a lot. So it is my priority, and you'll see my priority reflected as we go forward here over the next many months, that we make our people as well as we can. And there have been a lot of positions that we've been that have been frozen over the interim while we navigated this. And it's my priority that we make Salt Lake City Corporation and our employees, we take care of the ones we've got, and we relieve what they've been carrying in sometimes double and triple load from the positions that haven't been filled. So with that, I'll turn it over to the folks ready to present to you. And thanks for giving me a moment.
Mr. Chair, I'll just tack on to that bit of good news. The amount of the updated fund balance that is above the 13% minimum target is $12 million. So when you think about what do we have between the current fund balance and that 13% goal, $12 million. There is a couple more general budget updates before we get in.
Ben, one quick question. Mayor's got a question.
I appreciate it. Sorry, Ben. I wonder if Mary Beth could just mention in our discussions, I think that our finance department anticipates still needing to utilize that gap, that $12 million gap between our 13% goal and threshold there and where we're at today, because we aren't through this, and we really need this buffer space. So just in case you're getting excited to spend $12 million in the next budget amendment on some really fun projects, wanted to throw a word of caution out there.
Yeah, I would say that, with COVID and public safety's ERPL and police overtime and camp cleanups, we haven't brought any of that information to the council as of yet. We are working on that, and we'll get that to the administration midweek next week. But those are sizable amounts, so just keep those in mind as we go forward.
ERPL. Mary Beth, what is ERPL?
Emergency pandemic leave for our public safety employees. And then when you put somebody out on emergency pandemic leave, then you have to fill that vacant position, right? So for fire and the four-handed staffing, if an individual goes out for COVID or the 2-week ERPL, then you have to backfill that position. So it's just a compounding, right, of the times we live in, is what I would say. Cindy.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember John.
Was that a year projection for the full fiscal year, Mary Beth, or 6 months in?
Which one, Councilmember?
The projection you just put up about what our fund balance is going to look like. Is that projected as of the end of June?
It's projected as of now. The revenues are projected as of June. but it's expenditure-wise, it's as of the date of budget amendment number 6. So
Okay.
it doesn't include anything, any additionals like emergency pandemic leave, like camp cleanups, like any of those situations. It doesn't include any of that.
Okay. That was my question, Mr. Chair. I think, I agree. I think that's barely enough probably to get us through, because it may, with the Democratic Senate, we may see a different stimulus package with some city and government help. I don't know. But if we want to stay above that 13%, I think it's still going to be tight, depending on how well the next 6 months goes. And then into next year, we may have to still dip into that. So I'm not anticipating being able to use it for a whole lot, basic needs.
It's my concern too. It's not just this year, it's next year, right? It's the year after that. So, all right, Ben.
There's a couple more general budget updates before we get to the individual items. The city did receive $150,000 from the county for a third round of CARES Act funding. The administration will be coming to you with a budget amendment about how to use that $150,000, as well as a true up for some funds in the second round of CARES Act funding that were not used. The next update is the president has not decided whether to declare a disaster for the September windstorm. Ultimately, the March earthquake did not qualify for FEMA reimbursements to the city. Individual and household assistance is available from FEMA. They made a little over $900,000 available, and at last check, there were 279 applications. The damage the city received from the earthquake to its buildings, some of that is covered by the city's property insurance. The city received a $2 million advance payment to make those repairs. There's a $100,000 deductible as well. When the city incurs expenses for earthquake repairs above 2.1 million, those will be submitted to property insurance for reimbursement. The impact fees for fire, parks, and streets have refund dates that are all over a year away, which is great to see. The police impact fees, there's $88,000 that's scheduled to expire in the next 6 months. And the administration shared that an update to the police section of the impact fee plan is being finalized by the consultant. And that plan needs to be updated in order to spend those police impact fees on new uses. The only current use is an East Side Police Precinct. So with that, item A1.
Hey, Ben, could you repeat that again? When do those impact fees expire or have to be returned, and when is the update of the impact fee ordinance? Or, I mean,
it's $88,000 in total of police impact fees that's expiring over the next 6 months. Every month has a batch expiring. I don't have a specific date for the update for the police section of the impact fee plan. I defer to someone from CAN if they're on the call. We can email CAN and follow up with them tomorrow.
Thank you.
Item A1, this is a request for $540,000 of parks impact fees to cover construction overages for redevelopment of the Fisher Mansion Carriage House. Attachment 1 has renderings of the redevelopment project. The council previously approved almost $1.1 million in fiscal year 20 CIP for this project. And there's also $280,000 from a Chevron donation that was related to the 2010 oil spill in Red Butte Creek. There's been a 58% increase in the project costs. So the increase, the total project cost went from almost 1.4 million to 2.1 million. The request to cover the cost increase, this $540,000, will not fully cover the cost increase. This is because $253,000 was originally planned to be requested for parks impact fees, but the use of that $253,000 for indoor furnishings and equipment was determined to be ineligible for parks impact fees. You have to have a greater than a 10-year useful life to use parks impact fees for indoor equipment and furnishings of park amenities, and that is not satisfied in this case. So if the council approves this $540,000 request, there'll still be a $253,000 shortfall in the project's expenses. The project is planned to proceed this calendar year, but given this shortfall, the council could ask the administration if there are scope reductions or if they have recommendations for how to fill that $253,000 gap. The redevelopment of the carriage house is planned to be a mixture of office space for trails and natural lands staff, as well as standing exhibits, programming, and educational space for the community. And this could be a mixture of nonprofit programs or city-funded programs. This project does have future ongoing costs, $138,000. This would be for 2 new employees in trails and natural lands, as well as some equipment and maintenance costs. Those ongoing costs are anticipated to be needed in the fiscal year 23 annual budget. And the Fisher Mansion redevelopment, whenever we talk about the carriage house, the question typically comes up, what about the mansion itself? The last time the council talked about redeveloping the mansion, it had an estimated price tag of $3.7 million, but that may have gone up since the mansion did suffer damage during the March earthquakes last year. The administration is currently looking at different scenarios, different types of redevelopment of the mansion, and that information may be used for a new request for information that would be put out for people to express interest. That's all I have on this item.
Do we have anybody from Canon, Ben?
I believe Lonnie and Blake were anticipated to be here. I do see Blake's logged in.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair, can I ask a question?
See that Lonnie is here as well, so.
It's about the carriage house, and I know in the staff report originally, there was some discussion about trying to find cost savings in the final design. Do we have any sense of where that is, or what we anticipate, how much we anticipate take to kind of decrease that gap?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually gonna defer to Lorna as she's helping lead out on this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Blake and Councilmember Johnston. We have both Louis Kogan and Kristen Riker on the call right now to respond to specifics about the carriage house. And then if there are specifics around the mansion, Blake's team and mostly engineering can handle those. And I believe Kristen and Louis are ready to go.
Great. I can take this question, Councilman Johnston. We are not anticipating that there are going to be a lot of opportunities to reduce the scope of the construction project, with the exception of the interior furnishings, which were removed from this budget request. We do think that there's an opportunity here to get a bit more creative in terms of thinking about the exhibit space, how we can maximize community partnerships and institutional partnerships and development of the exhibit content, and realize some cost savings there. And also, we do have a 10% overall project contingency, which adds up to nearly $200,000. And if we are in a position where we can go out to bid on this project, and then report back once we have completed bids, our hope is that we are able to utilize a portion of that overall project contingency as well to help us complete the exhibit space and the interior furnishings. We're already starting to go back and engage with our various community partners, the various museums that have experience in this type of exhibit space work, and also think a little bit more broadly about how we could be a bit more creative and have rotating exhibits potentially sourced by the community that help tell the story of the Jordan River and the West Side, and that would not be quite so expensive as just building in a sort of fixed exhibit space open to the public in the carriage house. So we're taking this as a creative challenge, and I think that I think ultimately we expect that we can deliver the project in terms of the completed structure within budget, and then once we have received construction bids on the project, we'll have a much better idea of what additional contingency we have to work with for the interior furnishings.
So just so I make sure I understand, you took out all the interior furnishings from the budget, so this overrun does not include any furnishings. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the majority of the interior furnishings cost that had been estimated in the budget was targeted for the public exhibit space downstairs.
Okay. Well, your second answer, as I understood it, was don't worry yet. We're figuring out some creative solutions, and we'll come back to you if you have problems.
Yes, that is my answer, and I think what I would say about that is that the construction bid is not going to be. I think what we have time to work with our partners, be creative, do some external fundraising if we need to around the exhibit space, while the main portion of the Fisher Mansion goes to bid. If we do end up in a position where we need to seek some modest additional funding from a funding source like the CIP cost overrun account, I think that we could potentially pursue that solution. But I feel pretty confident that we can accomplish the project, including the interior furnishings, by being creative in how we look at populating that exhibit space.
Okay. You're still planning on continuing going forward on the renovation right now, or are you waiting for some other information to come back as far as funding?
No, we are still planning to go forward with it.
Okay.
And we're really excited about this project. I do just want to say we think that the consultant has done a phenomenal job with the proposal for the historic restoration and adaptation plan for the space. We think this is going to be really successful in activating this spot on the river, and our brand new boat ramp immediately adjacent to the structure is under construction right now.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item of the agenda? No? Okay, Ben.
The CIP cost overrun that Lewis mentioned, this particular project is eligible for up to $100,000 from that account, and that can be done administratively. The council set up the account so that instead of waiting for a budget amendment, the administration can access those funds based on a set formula in the CIP resolution. That takes us to item A2. This is a request for $225,000, also in Parks impact fees, for the Glendale Water Park redevelopment plan. Attachment 6 has the results of the public engagement that was done last fall. This funding would hire a consultant to develop the plan. The public engagement had over 3,800 responses. There was quite a bit of interest from the community to share their memories and photos to memorialize the park, as well as potential new uses at what the park will become. The first phase of the redevelopment is implementing active restoration on the site. It's 17 acres large. And there is a 3-year clock because the Land and Water Conservation Fund has a conservation easement on the 17-acre site. The 3-year clock has not started ticking because of delays due to the pandemic, but it's important to point out that there is a 3-year clock that has legal implications. If for whatever reason, active recreation was not restored to the site within those 3 years, there could be denial of future federal funding to the city. The staff report has a 15-month timeline on the redevelopment plan that was provided by Public Services. And it goes through several stages of public engagement, reporting the results back to the council, either in briefings or small group meetings, eventually going to the Planning Commission for review, coming to the council for ultimate plan adoption. The plan would be considered a small area plan. So the administration does have multiple check-ins for the council to provide policy feedback early on, midway, and then ultimately with adoption. If there are no questions on that one, the next item is A4. This is creation of the City Innovation Team. It's a request to transfer 6 employees from Community and Neighborhoods Department and the Public Services Department into IMS, as well as the creation of 1 new full-time employee. The innovation team is intended to take on larger projects, one example being the enterprise resource planning effort. This is an effort to take various financial, HR, and other city functions and bring them under one platform instead of having disparate software systems. The team's services would be available to all general fund departments, and they would be located on the 5th floor of Plaza 349 once the pandemic is over. The 1 new full-time employee is a strategy and special projects manager, and that would be funded using $63,000 for fund balance for the remainder of this fiscal year. The funding for that employee would be added to the IMS department base budget for the next fiscal year. Another important change is one of the public services employees is a deputy director, which will be removed from that department's staffing document. The IMS staffing document will be updated to have a chief innovation officer. Attachment 2 to the staff report has the job description for this new position in the city. Overall, the innovation team will better coordinate the civic engagement team, which is in community and neighborhoods today, and the media services team, which is in IMS. These 2 teams already coordinate quite frequently, and this would bring both of them under the same department. A couple policy questions if the council is interested. What other kinds of projects would this innovation team tackle in their first year? And will the civic engagement team continue to be available for the city council? When the civic engagement team was created, it was intended to serve both branches of government. That's all I have on this item.
Yeah, Ben, that's a good question in regards to the civic engagement team. Can we, and who is that?
Sorry, it's Cindy. I could help answer that.
That'd be great.
Okay. Yes, that is absolutely correct that it was established to serve both branches. It didn't effectively serve both branches, really almost from the beginning. But so the council at one point added staff to our office in order to meet those needs. And so what's been happening now is that our staff has collaborated a lot with the community staff in community and neighborhoods. And so it's been, I think, a positive experience for everyone. It's my understanding that there still would be that opportunity for collaboration. But they asked me if they are providing direct services to our office, and my answer is no, because we added the staff, and the collaboration though is ongoing. In fact, probably better than it was in the beginning. So hope I wasn't wrong, but it is true we did add staff since then. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. So I don't see any other questions, Ben, so let's move on to the next item.
That takes us to A5. This is a request from the police department for the council to support a hiring class of new officers. You can go to attachment 3. The administration provided that memo, which outlines several different factors weighing in on the need for a hiring class. And we have Chief Brown to walk the council through that memo. When the chief is ready, Bobby can put the memo up. There are several tables and graphics that show the different factors.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you, council. I appreciate the time again to be with you this evening. I know we've had a long afternoon and evening, so I'm going to go fairly quick and hopefully just hit the highlights and then answer any questions you may have. But I have with me today Assistant Chief Tim Doubt and our Finance Director, Shelley Diedrich. So Shelley and Tim, please turn on your cameras, unmute, and weigh in on the conversation as we move forward. Council, there's no debate to this. 2020 has been a year like none other. Nobody could ever predict what happened last year. What's happened has created a huge impact for so many reasons on our community and also upon our police department. The police department it has 3 basic responsibilities to the community, and a lot of it is based on staffing. The first is when somebody picks up the phone and calls 911, we need to be there for them. We need to be there quickly, and we need to make sure that we can help them in any aspect they call or need us for. The second is to investigate those crimes and to solve those issues that are plaguing our community so that we have a very safe and vibrant community. And the third, and probably the most important, is the ability to work within our community, not police our community, but work with our community. To have that community policing model that we talk about. We talk about reduction of crime and all of the things that we do, CompStat, Intel-led policing and things like that. But I tell you, there's not a better tool than building trust within our communities and having the partnership with all that we serve to impact crime and the quality of life in our city. There are several different things, and let me try to paint the picture a little bit for you as far as the impact of this year and what it's meant to us as far as our staffing. I will tell you that our staffing is at a critical point right now. We need to hire officers, and we need to do it quickly because we have been stretched about as far as we can be right now. If you look at the first chart that's up right now, this is resignations, separations, and retirements, and this is by fiscal year. And just for reference, it goes through fiscal year 17, 18, 19, and 20, and you can see respectively it goes 29, 41, 58, and 37. We are this year, after 7 months, at 54, and we have 5 more months to go. We will set a record. We're at a record pace for officers that are retiring and resigning from our police department. If you go to the next slide, Ben or Robert. The next one shows our separations, retirements, and resignations on a year to date. Again, 16, 17, 18, and 19. The top bar is your resignations, the second bar is retirements, and the bottom is separations. Respectively, it was 25 total in 2016, 26 in 2017, 28, we saw an increase up to 47. Last year, 43, and this year, we're at 64. Right now, within the police department, we have 53 vacant funded positions. We also have and know of 3 more individuals that are anticipating leaving in January. So that puts us at 56. One of the things that the council has done over the years is given us unfunded positions. At one time we had 10, and a few years ago, graciously, you gave us another 10. So there were 20 unfunded. So if you take the 53 officers that we're down right now, the funded positions, you add the 20 unfunded, that's 76 officers that we don't have in our ranks right now. And that's having a huge impact on everything we're doing and the service we're providing our community. One of the things that is, I mean, with that alone, another issue that has really caused our resources and our staffing to be stretched further is department leaves. And when we talk about department leaves, we're talking short-term disability, workers' comp, FMLA, ERPL, administrative leave, parental leave, military leave. And if you look at the next chart, please, it shows leaves by month. Yeah, that one right there. If you look at that one, it's a bar graph. And if you go back to October of last year, if you take those same leaves that we talked about, we had 25 different leaves in October of 2019. Roll it forward to July of 2020, we had 45. You look at October of 2020, we had 70 officers on leave. That has dropped down to 48 for November, and then at Chief Dowd, I think you said in December of this year it was at 55. So the number of leaves that people are taking is also again stretching our resources very, very thin within the police department. COVID. Let's talk about quarantines for just a minute. If you look at the next chart, please. And council, please stop me if you have any questions, or we can I can briefly get through this and we can talk about anything that we put up there. Quarantines. If you look at this year, that spike chart, we had an outbreak in May where we had 37 individuals on quarantine. Now, quarantine can be anywhere from 4 days to 14 days. But having 37 people out of the workplace, not being able to take those calls for service, again, stretched our resources even thinner. And then you move to October where we reached another level of 35, and then it's been up and down through the last few months. Again, COVID and having to put people on quarantine leave is, again, officers that are out of the workforce and unable to take those calls for service. If you go to the calls for service, many would think, well, you know, last year with COVID and everything else, there's not a lot of people driving to work, commuting to work, and different things like that. So you would expect the calls for service to drop. But that is just, that's absolutely, I'm sorry, Robert, next chart. That was the COVID chart you're looking at right there. There we go. If you look at the calls for service, again, 2016, 90,000, 2017, 93,000, 2018, 95,000, 2019, 97,000. So you've seen a progressive increase. But if you look at 2020, something that nobody could anticipate was that we had an increase of calls for service for 113,000 calls for service. That's a 16,000 increase over last year. So you take the individuals that are resigned and retired or separated, You take the quarantines, you take the leaves, and now we're really starting to see an impact as far as us responding to those very calls for service that we need to be there for our community, those 911 calls. Thankfully, they are a priority, and we do very good at taking those calls, but sometimes the investigative calls for service will hold for several hours before we can get people out there. Again, 2020, if you look at the number of protest and free speech events that we've handled, since May 30th to December 21st, Salt Lake City Police Department has responded to and be able to facilitate over 270 protests of free speech events. That's almost 40 a month in the last 7 months. Some are big, some are small, but all need some sort of attention from the police department, from a public order unit to mobile field force, to motors, to patrol response, and the analyst. Again, there have been hundreds and thousands of hours dedicated to making sure that people could exercise their First Amendment right and demonstrate peacefully and safely here in Salt Lake City. But again, that has come at a cost of taking officers, some on overtime, but some right out of the field, so that we could be able to facilitate that. If you look at homeless encampment cleanups, last year, and these are numbers coming from the health department, last year in 2019, we completed 640 camp abatements. And many times, again, that takes staffing from the police department to make sure the health department can safely do their work here within the city. In 2020, that number went from 640 to 1,071. So those have almost doubled in the last year. That's a snapshot of what's kind of happened and the impact it's had on our resources and our staffing. And I have to give a big shout out to our officers. Council, I stand on my statement that we have the finest women and men serving here within the police department. I would hold them up against any agency in the country, but we just don't have the staff that we need to provide the excellent service that our citizens, that our communities deserve. And with that, I'll take any questions. Or Chief Doubt, would you like to add anything, or Shelley?
Just that we just did a little bit of quick math, and we think it's right. But with all of the leaves and all of the retirement separations, resignations, and people in quarantine, at some points in the last year, we've been at 50% staffing with all of those people that are not in the workplace working. So we just did some quick math on, so we can share that with the staff, with your staff later.
Thanks, Tim. Shelley?
I don't have anything to add, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. There's a lot more we could talk about, but those are the high points. And then, Council, if you have any questions or would like to discuss any of these things further, we can do that now, or we can take your questions and get them back.
Vice Chair. Yeah, I appreciate this data. It's very discouraging, but it tracks with what I hear from my constituents and what I see on the street. So thank you for putting it in actual numbers and graphs for us to sort of quantify. So for me, it's not a question of whether we need to do this. I believe we absolutely have to fund these positions and hire. But my question is, one thing that I think when the calls for racial equity in policing had started, one thing that I remember your staff saying is that our current police force doesn't match demographically the city. And I'm wondering if there's anything with this new class of recruits that we've done differently with hiring in order to make sure that we're getting not only the best officers, but also officers that match our residents ethnically and have diverse backgrounds and things like that.
Councilmember Mono, that's a great question. And as of recent, a lot of the new hire classes that we've had have been very diverse. They really have. I've been very impressed with the caliber of people that are put in, but also the diversity. And I know in this class, we have 3 or 4 explorers from within our Explorer post that are put in that would do just that. They represent the community and the demographics of Salt Lake City. Going forward, we will always try to recruit from all the communities within Salt Lake City. So it's always a priority for us, and we will continue to push for those, for that. But I think I haven't looked at all the demographics, Tim, and maybe you have, but I think usually when we do a new hire class, we do get quite a few individuals from the diverse communities that want to come and serve here.
Appreciate that. Yeah, any kind of information as to, if we can do more targeted outreach and recruitment in the diverse communities that our city, that live within our city, I think is really important to me.
Yeah, thank you.
Council members, any other questions for Chief on this item? Yes, Councilmember Johnston.
Just a quick, maybe clarification following Councilmember Mono. In our last briefing earlier, we heard that there was from the commission's point of view, racial equity and policing, there's no formal recruitment process for minority candidates. Is that accurate? And are there plans to have a clear minority recruiting plan, essentially, or program going forward?
Chief Dowd, a lot of the recruitment falls under your purview. Is there anything that you can expound upon?
Yeah, we're currently working with HR, and I'm also taking what we're getting from the commission to actually reach out and do a specific targeted plan, but that's in the works right now.
Any sense on a time frame?
We want to get it going before our next recruitment class. So these people that we're hiring now, we're already in the pipeline. And so when we get that next one going, that's when we're trying to get that happening. So in the next few months.
So this class would be January, February, we're thinking, but then the next class might be summer or fall. I don't know. What's your time frame, you think?
As fast as we can get them going. So probably this summer.
But Councilmember Johnston, to your point, it'll be a priority for us, and we'll have the time to do that outreach that we feel we need to do.
So we have a much more robust relationship with human resources than we've had in the past, and so we're really working on that, those kind of things.
I appreciate that. It's a great. I think it's a great idea moving forward. So thanks for the effort, and I look forward to hearing more about it.
Thanks, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. What about the changes that we made to the Civil Service Commission? Does that make it easier to recruit people from diverse backgrounds? Can we go out and, are there efforts to go out and actively find officers from these diverse communities that the changes to the Civil Service Commission could help with?
Councilmember Wharton, I don't know if the recruitment is going to change. I mean, it could. I won't say it won't. But a lot of the difficulties with the civil service was the time constraints and the notifications and the process that had to be outlined. It was kind of a long, arduous process that did give us a lot of flexibility. So I'm hoping that will, and with Deb Alexander at the helm of HR, she's been a godsend to us in helping us move forward with all these plans we're talking about.
But what about like lateral hires? I mean, this makes lateral hires easier, was one of the reasons, but why the Civil Service Commission wasn't, the best model for us. So couldn't this assist in recruiting diverse officers that would want to come in laterally? Or are we only looking to onboard new officers like out of the academy?
No, I don't think we should, I don't think either the lateral process is off the table. The thing that we need to be very, I mean, we need to make sure that any officer that we hire, especially as we're moving through some of the reforms that we're talking about, that they embrace our culture, the way that we want to serve our communities here in Salt Lake City. So I'm going to lean on Deb a little bit to maybe give us some guidance on how the new process may work. But the most important thing is to get the very best officers and diverse officers to serve the communities here in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here just for a minute, Councilperson Morton. As you know, eliminating the Civil Service Commission was a big step forward in terms of recruitment for both the PD and for fire. Just to connect the dots since we last talked, the actual ordinance that eliminated the recruitment aspects of the Civil Service Commission became effective on January 2nd when it was published. So as Chief Brown and Chief Dapp have pointed out, the current class was well through the process, the current class of new hires.
Right.
So that's why they are to the point where they are ready to potentially make 30 offers. So that will go a long ways towards helping with some of those staffing difficulties. In terms of going forward, eliminating the Civil Service Commission will make all types of hires easier. So not only new hires, folks who we would think of as being individuals who've never been officers before, who we were going to hire and bring in and train, as well as laterals from other jurisdictions. The key point to take away with that is to ensure that there's training involved for all of them once they're here, that emphasizes and reinforces the cultural objectives and necessities of the city and of the Salt Lake City Police Department. So longer answer is, well, actually short answer and long answer is eliminating the Civil Service Commission will make it easier altogether. Yeah. Does it allow us to reach out to more diverse groups? Potentially, for sure it does. Although the city has been reaching out to diverse communities in its recruitment efforts. But the bottom line with reaching out to diverse elements or diverse communities in any recruiting effort, regardless of which jurisdiction we're in, is that you're always looking for ways to do that better, always, and we are. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. The other thing I would just add, just the comment that I would make, I know that we want to have the best officers out there, and that the chief was saying that is a priority, and also having diverse officers. But I would say that I think those two things are inextricably linked. Like, if we have a more diverse group of police officers, that will only make our department better and make our officers better. And so I hope we're not thinking about it as like an either or. I think that those two things are absolutely linked together.
And there's lots and lots of literature that says that's absolutely, well, not just literature, lots and lots of literature and experience and everything else organizationally that says that statement is absolutely true. Absolutely true.
And also, as our demographics match our communities would trust us more, and then we can recruit more from those communities. We understand that. We're pushing forward for that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? All right, Chief. Thanks for being here for that item.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Deb. Appreciate you for being here too.
Of course, my pleasure.
To To emphasize the request before the council, it's not to add funding. It's to support the end of the hiring freeze, so there can be this police officer academy class moving forward. It will be funded with the current fiscal year 21 budget using attrition savings, since the number of officers that have left the department are greater than anticipated. There is one more item in budget amendment number 6.
Ben, sorry, before
yes.
you go past that, Cindy, can you clarify, are we aware yet of all of the needs in order to backfill, use the overtime for all of the protests and the COVID leave and the overtime for, so many things this year? Are we anticipating a budget amendment request for those things?
That's a good point. As Mary Beth mentioned earlier during the fund balance conversation, those expenses are not reflected in the budget amendment before you today. Those would be in a future budget amendment, and fund balance would be needed to cover those expenses.
Okay.
The magnitude of those expenses, I do not know.
Okay.
The last item for you tonight is item I1. You did straw poll this item last Tuesday and supported shifting $797,000 from 2 housing programs in Funding Our Future to 2 different housing programs also in Funding Our Future. Bobby, can you put up the table really quickly to show the comparison? The table on top is the original proposal that the council straw polled and supported. The Community Land Trust and the Landlord Assurance Program have remaining budget. There were no applications for the Community Land Trust. Those 2 programs have $797,000 in remaining budget. And the administration asked the council to support, and you straw polled support, for shifting that funding to incentivized rent assistance and service models for the most vulnerable. This would be children experiencing homelessness and individuals with mental illness. If you can please scroll down, Bobby. The administration has now changed the recommendation to 5 housing programs with the dollar amounts shown in the second column. And I'll turn the time over to Blake and Lonnie from CAN to walk you through the change.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before we move on to this item, I think the administration was hoping for an actual straw poll on the hiring item. And I apologize if I have not the most recent information, but I don't know if Mary Beth could pop on if she needs that straw poll.
Yeah, I do need that. I'm sorry, this was a late request. They need the straw poll because they have 40 days before they can even put the hiring on. Sorry, my screen's going crazy. Which means that it'll put it out to February 12th at this point.
So Mary Beth.
So if the council is comfortable taking a straw poll, I think the administration would appreciate it. Otherwise,
so
give the administration
Jennifer,
feedback.
Do you want the straw poll to state basically that the hiring freeze is eliminated for the police? Or how is it that you want
I'm not
to
sure the best way to phrase it, or if just for this fiscal year, maybe. Cindy, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I think that you could just say, just express your support for the hiring of the new police officer class. Since they're not asking for money right now, it isn't exactly a budget amendment item. But you just know that there is a cost impact in that department. But so just the question is, do you support, given these unusual circumstances, do you support the hiring of a police class?
So I like that motion. You all support the hiring of this police class. Thumbs up, you do. I see that is unanimous with Councilmember Fowler absent.
Thank you, and sorry to interrupt Ben and Can. Sorry.
Thank you.
Back to you in I-1.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, Ben, and thank you, council members, for being here till the end. This matrix that you're looking at right now, actually, if it's okay, I'll go back in time a tiny bit, just give a quick synopsis of how we're at where we're at right now, which was we started with 3.4 million in housing related funding our future dollars, and those were adopted in the budget in June 2020. And we had our categories that you see here with different funding amounts that were recommended. After that adoption in July of 2020, the Division of Housing and Neighborhood Development, or HAND, worked with the procurement and contract management team within the finance department. They conducted a RFP process as directed, and the scoring committee made recommendations in November of 2020. And as you might recall, the community, as Ben mentioned, the Community Land Trust and Landlord Assurance categories had $850,000 budgeted up front, but proposals only totaled 53K. So that's where you see this 797K discrepancy or undersubscribed amount that we want to make sure gets into the community. So that prompted our coming back to you to go through the proper channels, and appreciate the coaching of council staff on this one, as it's a unique situation. So that being said, the HAND team recommended vulnerable populations and incentivized rent, as Ben mentioned, as those had far higher funding requests than was budgeted. However, what I'm reporting back about these 5 categories that total that 797,000, the RFP scoring committee reconvened after the straw poll that you as council conducted on January 5th. And based on the strength of applications, has recommended this spread. So while there were high demands for vulnerable populations and incentivized rents, the issue with the committee was the strength of proposals. So that is how we got to this point. You can see that there, and we really appreciate your attention to this issue, as the approval to reallocate these funds is the first step in a week or weeks and sometimes month-long process in working with our third-party community partners in locking down a contract, and also relying on support from finance and the attorney's office, the great support that we get there. So we appreciate your help, as this will help move that process along if you're amenable to what is proposed. Thank you.
Blake, is it correct the administration's hoping for a straw poll on this tonight, since it was straw polled last weekend or last Tuesday?
I'm going to look to Lonnie. I think the answer is yes, given the RFP committee recommending the 5 categories.
That seems appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Johnston.
Can I repeat back what I heard so I'm not getting mixed up here? So we had 4 pots of money at some point. We couldn't find places for 2 of them, agencies, programs to use it to. The recommendation from the department was, since we don't have applicants for these 2 pots of money, and there's clearly need here, let's put it all here to match the need. And now what we're saying is there is a need, but then there are some strong applications. So we're going to change that need to fit the application. So help me understand the need and the strong applications you just talked about. How they overlap, how they don't. Give me a sense of that.
Yeah, Lonnie, I'll take a first stab and then defer to you, but I'm not on that selection committee. There was that dollar amount that was requested, but there were concerns from the committee about the qualifications of some of the applicants that wanted to apply to those two categories that you mentioned, incentivized rent and vulnerable populations. So the other issue was the capacity of the organization. So well, on paper, we received a high demand for those categories, and I don't doubt that need in the community. The app where we could put those additional dollars into the community were organizations that the selection committee wasn't comfortable working with, as far as a track record and ability to prove that they could be successful. And also just the capacity issue as far as the ones that were eligible in not being able to take on anymore. And that is how then kind of down the order of operations, you landed with, okay, here are other needs where there are qualified partners who do have more capacity to take on the funding. And Lonnie, don't hesitate to fact check any of that if you need to.
You said all that right. Because like you said, we don't have access to, because of the confidential nature of the RFP process still, exactly who those partners or proposers are on the RFP. We can't say exactly who for each of those dollar amounts it would line up with, but the selection committee worked with Aaron in the procurement and contract management group to determine how we would negotiate those smaller amounts to those qualified proposers. Does that help, Councilmember Johnston?
Did that review process help you?
As much as you can help me at this time of night in my capacity. Thank you.
Great. So we just need to get a straw poll then. If someone wants to propose one to support the program funding as outlined. Does anyone want to propose a straw poll?
Mr. Chair, I propose a straw poll that we support the admin's recommendations for this particular funding.
That's a great straw poll. Here we go. So that's the straw poll. Everybody know what they're doing? Thumbs up, you support it? That is unanimous with Councilmember Fowler absent. I think that's it, right, Ben?
That's it for tonight. You have a second public hearing on this budget amendment next Tuesday.
Great. And council members, the chair, Councilmember Fowler, said it was okay that we bump legislative intents and interim study till next week. So we will be bumping that. The other items on the agenda, 8 through 10 are written briefings. I don't have anything to report, so we'll move directly to the executive director, Cindy Gus Jensen, for the executive director report.
Thank you. Just one announcement, and that is the newsletter, the council newsletter that goes in the utility bills. Utility company, Public Utilities has been willing to work with us for many, many years on this. There's a sorting limitation. And so there are 3 months when council members are able to do a newsletter, and you take turns with that. And you can only have 3 council members per month. So each person gets one. You need to choose between the months of April, August, and December. And anyone who is up for election needs to avoid the month of August because it is against our council policies to put out a newsletter during that time period if you're a candidate. So we need to know who would like to have their newsletter in April, who in August, and who in December. And you can, if you want to, you can tell us in a day or two. Let your liaison know, unless you already know.
Councilmember Wharton.
I think I had already signed up for April, and I told Austin last week that I wanted to do April.
Great. Okay.
I can do anything except for April, so the people who are up for reelection can take that.
Okay.
Here.
I'll do April also, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's 3 April, so I'll take August.
Okay.
I'll do December.
Okay.
Ooh, James, can I do December 2 and just confuse everyone?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it together, a West Side one combined.
All right, December for James and I.
Yep.
It'll be the swan song.
Okay.
Whatever
All
is
right.
next.
Okay. All right. Very good. The liaisons will coordinate with you guys, and we'll finalize that and get back to you. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our meeting. So,
James,
yes, Councilmember Johnston.
I hate to extend, but at some point sooner or later, I think we need to talk about the legislative subcommittee and LPC. I don't know if we plan on doing that tonight or another night. Essentially, I've been on the Utah League of Cities and Towns Legislative Policy Committee for a couple of years now. I was on the legislative subcommittee for the council, so it matched up. I'm no longer on that subcommittee anymore. And it makes some sense in my view to have the legislative subcommittee be our primary people voting there, interacting with the lobbyists frequently during the session, et cetera, et cetera. Having me in addition basically means there's 4 people theoretically, and we can't do those kind of meetings very well. So we don't have to take action now, but I wanted to bring it up with the council to make sure we are aware, because the legislative subcommittee this year should be chair, most recent chair, and then RDA chair. If any of them can't participate in these things, that's fine. I'm willing to help out. I just don't want to put us in an awkward position up there during the session particularly.
That's great, Councilmember Johnson. I know that we talked about that at our chair vice chair where you popped in, and this is the first that, that recommendation's been done. So we will definitely get back with staff, get with the chair and discuss that and get that done as soon as possible and bring it back. Awesome. I think that's it. Unless anybody else has some neighbor to neighbor they want to share. No? Okay. Well, it's good to see everybody. Thanks for sticking with us.
Bye-bye.